All right, it's 7 o'clock. Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the July 22nd, 2024 meeting of the Lafayette City Council. My name's Wei Tai Kwok. I'm the vice mayor of the city and standing in today for our mayor, Gina Dawson, who is not available to be with us this week. Let's go to the roll call, and let me call on Councilmember McCormick.
Present.
Councilmember Candell.
Present.
Councilmember Nduri.
Present.
And I'm present, so there are 4 presents and 1 absence. Item number 3, we don't need for this meeting today, so we'll go to item number 4, the adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll move adoption of the agenda.
A second.
There's a second. Are there any public comments on today's agenda?
Yes, Vice Mayor, I have several public comments.
For the agenda,
Sorry.
just on the agenda. Anybody in the audience or? Okay, if not, there's a motion to approve the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So motion passes 4-0-1. Let's do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We're now at item 6. This is public comments for items that are not on the agenda. If there's any members of the public who would like to make a statement up to 3 minutes, you're welcome to do so now. And we will take comments from people in the room and followed by people that are joining us by Zoom.
Correct. So my first public speaker will be Silray Garcia, followed by James Cheriel.
If I'm doing this right. Good evening, Lafayette council members and citizens of Lafayette. My name is Silray Garcia. I'm a member of the Carpenters Union. I'm also a representative, 25-year member. Today, I would like to speak on our 4 core values. That's going to be apprenticeship, fair living wage, medical benefits, and local hire. I'll share with you my story. Back in 1998, my wife and I decided to buy a house and start a family, but the $10 an hour job just wasn't going to suffice. So I decided to change my career and join the Carpenters Union. I got in an apprenticeship program that would give me some skills that just trained me to do a lot of work around my house and build buildings such as this. But more than anything, I built an addition as a second-year apprentice to my home, added 1,000 square feet. So that's one of the things it did. It also gave me a fair living wage every few months. I increased my wage to what it is now today, and also medical benefits, so that when my wife got pregnant, like I said, when I started a family, it was all covered. Local hire. I worked in cities right in the community. I live in Castro Valley, and I worked even here in Lafayette at times in some of the jobs in Concord and the Tri-Valley. These benefits that they provided, I can honestly say have me where I am today. I can't imagine what it would have cost to pay for having a child, even on Medicare or whatever. All that just sucks up whatever funds are in the state, comes out of everyone that's working out of their pocket. And so what I would like to appeal to you today, that when you're making some of these important decisions today or tomorrow or the day after or wherever, please consider that there's a lot of people out there that would like to work in their community, but because most of the jobs that are union are in the city or somewhere not around here, they have to travel very far. And wouldn't it be great if I lived in Lafayette or Concord or Walnut Creek and came to work right here, 20 miles away, 10 miles away, instead of 50 or 60 miles away? But where I'm going with this is there's a lot of people that travel from the valley that aren't getting paid benefits, working for $20, $25 an hour. And they're working in communities like this one. I would ask that you would remember those people that don't have the good fortune that I have, and a lot of people there in the union have. Remember them when you're making some of these important decisions on some of these projects that are public works projects, for starters. That's all I ask, that you remember them and just consider it. Can you live off of $20 or $25 an hour with no benefits? Just think about that. That's all I ask. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, our next speaker is James Cherio, followed by, I don't know where that came from, but followed by Mike Hayes.
That's your walk-up,
Yeah.
walk-up music. Thank you.
My name is James Churail. I'm a resident of Lafayette. I'm a retired State of California Department of Transportation engineer, aka Caltrans. And my point is, I don't know whether the city has a payment management plan, because when I worked in maintenance, the Caltrans, about 2 years I worked in the division of maintenance. So they have a good program. The payment, the preventive maintenance versus corrective maintenance. So it's a good program. I'm not talking about the bureaucracy involved in it, but I'm saying is the capital they spend every year for preventive versus, the corrective payment. So if we have something like this on the system, we can do better, allotment of your capital. So preventive care is always better than the corrective care, right? Just like healthcare. So that's my point. If you don't have a payment management plan, I suggest you to start one. So it's not too late. Okay, one more comment on the southbound, whatever the work, Pleasant Hill Road, southbound Pleasant Hill Road. The work going on there is the existing channelizers, they removed it. They socket the pavement and put concrete curb. I'm just wondering, I never seen anything like that, dividing between 2 lanes with the concrete curb. And I'm suggesting, because it would have been a lot cheaper putting a asphalt concrete dike instead of the concrete curb in between the lane, because it could be done in a day and it could be 1/3, probably 1/4 cost. So that's my comment on it, because I see, they putting the foundation, then put the curb in between the lane. So this is my suggestion. When the consultant comes with a grand idea, we look beyond that, because it could be a upstream or downstream. Just think globally, because I give an example. When I was working for Caltrans, the city of, the San Francisco came with the idea of bus only lane from 80 all the way to 101, right? So this is recently I came out from one of my supervisors told me. So think about the city came with the idea, just express bus lane, take 1 lane from the, the highway. So just for express lane, right? So what happened is it would be a backup all the way to Carquinez Bridge. So just I'm giving an idea. So just before you do anything, do a look up what the consultant provided you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members?
Yeah, I have a question.
Sir? We have one follow-up question, if you could.
Yeah. Have you had an opportunity to talk to anyone in our Public Works and Engineering Department?
No.
Okay, I'd suggest you call Mike Moran and talk to him. We do have a pavement management program, and he can explain what that is.
Yeah, but the one, I'm just giving an example. The one on Pleasant Hill Road is kind of very.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about an
Yeah.
ongoing pavement management program. I think it'd
Okay.
just be useful for you to talk to him
Okay.
and see
What's
what
his
it is that we have.
Michael Murray.
Yes,
Okay.
Moran.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mike Hayes, followed by Eric Williams.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the Lafayette City Council and my fellow stakeholders in Lafayette. I'm Mike Hayes, a 25-year resident and business owner in Lafayette. I'd like to present two interconnected proposals that could significantly benefit our city. Establishing an AI media literacy committee or commission. AI is already constantly evolving and updating at a meteoric rate. AI needs to earn our respect and our trust on an ongoing basis. That's why I formed the free AI Super Campus to teach residents AI media literacy. Lafayette still has the potential to become a leader in AI innovation and literacy. By creating this AI committee or commission, we can, one, develop programs to increase AI literacy among the residents of all ages, two, advise the council on AI-related policies and regulations, three, explore economic opportunities in the AI sector, number four, identify ways to enhance city services using AI. Number five, address ethical considerations of adoption of AI. This initiative would position Lafayette as a forward-thinking small city prepared for the technological changes ahead. Lafayette has already a city council candidate running on a platform to foster communication and understanding to bridge the digital, generational, and cultural gap. I urge the entire council to support an AI media literacy committee or commission as soon as possible, and especially before the upcoming elections. Thank you. I'm Mike Hayes, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from the council? Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Eric Williams, followed by Bonnie Okamoto.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Eric Williams, and I live on Spring Hill Road with my wife and my two small children. Thank you for letting me speak with you tonight. For several weeks, every Saturday and Sunday, a homeowner in our neighborhood has rented out their pool and outdoor space to host loud, unsupervised pool parties. These parties are not gatherings of friends and relatives. This is an unregulated pool party business that allows up to 100 strangers for outdoor parties. The property is advertised online on a website called swimply.com, a platform for homeowners to advertise and generate revenue from hosting pool parties. These parties, held in our quiet single-family residential district, not only leads to excessive noise audible inside our own home, but also introduces serious safety, health, and fire risks. We have observed guests at these parties smoking on our street, an area with a fire hazard severity zone of very high. If there were a fire emergency from one of these parties, the additional congestion from 100 pool party guests on our one-lane road would cause serious risk during evacuation. We have also observed alcohol consumption with little or no regulation. The prospect of inebriated partygoers driving on Spring Hill Road, where our children play and ride their bikes, keeps us up at night. There are also unchecked health risks to the partygoers themselves. Public pools in California have strict health and safety requirements, whereas private unsupervised parties expose guests to drowning and health risks. Many other cities are waking up to the disturbances and risks caused by pool rentals. Officials across the US are working to either outright ban the website or create rules that would require listed pools to meet the same standards as public pools. For example, in New York State, council members voted to ban the use of Swimply entirely. Quote, renting out your backyard pool is not permitted under New York State sanitary codes, and violators can be subject to fines of up to $2,000 per day. To bring this back closer to home, I'm reminded of the tragedy from an unsupervised party at an Airbnb rental in Orinda in 2019, where 5 people were killed and 4 injured, contributing to Airbnb explicitly banning renters from hosting parties for all the risks that I've discussed. Swimply and non-dwelling rentals present a distinct and enhanced risks compared to short-term dwelling rentals such as Airbnb. Swimply rentals are for the explicit purpose of throwing parties. Swimply and similar apps are a different beast that need urgent attention from the city. I hope I have communicated the extent of the disturbance and anxiety that our neighborhood has been enduring. I look forward to working together toward a solution to restore peace and safety and one that maintains Lafayette as a community that families know will protect their children in their neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any council members have questions? Councilmember Candell.
Sure. Hi, thank you so much for coming and thank you for sending all the information you have been and all the research that you have been done. I will be bringing this up. I've already told our city manager, I'll be bringing it up to take on a future agenda item at the end of the meeting. So I really appreciate all the work that you've done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Uh-huh.
Question
Yeah.
from Councilmember.
So just a quick question. I was just kind of seeing what, so you're saying you have, there's hundreds or 100 people will go to some of these parties?
Yeah, the listing advertises for up to 100 people.
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
counted, but every weekend there's 15 to 20 cars in the driveway, many people in these parties.
And have you talked to the owners about the situation?
Yes, we have.
And are they committed to continuing this
Yes.
process? Okay, great. Interesting. Thank you very much. I look forward to discussing it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bonnie Okamoto, followed by Paul Melmed.
My next,
Welcome.
oh, I'm pretty short. My next door neighbor is renting out his yard and pool for parties of up to 100 guests. So up to 100, actually 101. The music and noise gets so loud that I sometimes have to make sure that all my doors and windows are closed, and then I sit inside on the other side of my house to get some peace and quiet. At first, I thought it was just his family and friends gathering all those weekends, so I didn't want to complain about the noise. But just recently, I learned that he advertises on Swimply.com to rent out his pool. Swimply provides insurance protection, so there is less liability for the owner. I don't know how these groups are screened, but most likely, most if not all of the individuals are not vetted, up to 100 guests per event. There's a fire danger. I'm really afraid for my safety and the safety of my neighborhood. A neighbor told me that she was sitting in her side yard during one of these weekends, and she heard young voices using profane language in front of her house and also smelled cigarette smoke. Much of our area is now covered with dry grass or weeds, so it only takes one small spark to start a fire in our neighborhood. And what will happen during an evacuation with so many cars and strangers who could care less about our evacuation procedures? The owner of the house does not seem to be present during these parties, so there will be chaos. Theft. Are any of these hundreds of strangers checking out our neighborhood for future burglaries? And serious harm. I really worry about so many random strangers here on most weekends. I mean up to 100 on each day, and who are they? I know that alcohol is a given at adult parties, but are any of the strangers carrying weapons or drugs? I'm a widow and I live alone next to this nightmare. If someone finds me murdered in my house or yard one day, how will the police be able to track down all of the partygoers for questioning? Because people on drugs can do crazy things. I texted the owner about my concerns and asked him to please stop this pool rental business, but he continues to schedule parties. I counted 17 cars in his parking area at yesterday's party, 17 possible drunk drivers at the end of the night. Of course, I had to close my doors and windows. And there are other private pool owners in Lafayette who are also advertising as well. So what will you do when this happens next door to you or in your neighborhood? Be prepared for it, because this is just the beginning. There's so many dangers that can happen with these gatherings of unvetted strangers whose hosts have found an easy, profitable, unregulated side business that presents perilous risks to the rest of us. So I hope you can soon address this issue to protect our city from this new type of danger. Thank you for listening and for giving your time and energy to keep our city safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Any questions from council? No? Thank you.
So our next speaker is our last in-person speaker, Paul Melmed, and then I'll be moving online to Lisa Disbro.
There's a new beast in town, City Council. My name is Paul Melmed. I'm the president of Spring Hill Valley Homeowners Association. And as you know, Spring Hill Valley is a very active community, 264 homeowners, Spring Hill School with 450 students plus staff. It's a summer school as well. That's on our east end. On our west end is the Girl Scout camp. And there we have 15,000 car trips per summer. Every week, there's 125 different children who come to enjoy the camp. In the middle of that is this, it's called Swim Play, SWIMPLAY.com, a new business in the community it's impacting. I get tons of calls, of course, through the year for different situations because there's just so much going on that particular mile and a half. But I have never received as many complaints as I've heard from this particular business that's going on. It's a commercial business. It goes on every single weekend. My wife and I were walking yesterday with the dog and cars were parked. I don't know how many people were inside the property at the time, but there are cars all over. This was at around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I was not sure what time the party ended. I don't think this is an issue that should be tackled. I know you're so busy and I've always appreciated everything you do. This is an issue that has to be tackled as soon as possible, in my opinion, because waiting 3 months, waiting a year, waiting 2 years for a city to make a decision on this kind of commercial property, commercial venture with so many swimming pools and party places around the community. I would imagine that this particular homeowner could probably pocket. Well, you can go to the website and see what the costs are. If they charge by the hour, probably could make I would imagine $1,000 to $2,500 every weekend, which is what he's doing now. I oppose it.
Thank you. Could you hold on
I just
for council questions?
Okay, I'm gonna have a
Member Enduri.
question. Do you know how many days this particular, the place you walked by yesterday, how many days they've had these parties this summer?
Every weekend. So there's Saturday and Sundays. I would imagine. Well, on the homeowners on the website, it says it's open for parties. Now, whether the owner, this owner, or some other owner in the city decides to have a group come over on a Thursday afternoon or a Friday evening or Tuesday, or I'm not sure. I'm assuming if it's open for business, it's open for business, but it's up to the homeowner to decide. In this case, I'm assuming this has only been weekends, and it's been every weekend.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any others in the room or online?
Yeah, I have one right now online, Lisa Disbro. So Lisa,
All right,
you're on.
welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. Glad we all survived this intense heat. I'm Lisa Disbro. I'm the coordinator for Patriots of Contra Costa. And as most of you know, since 9/11, we have never left a single flag while Black Lives Matter, peace symbols, Jesus saves, and various signs have been all over our Caltrans fencing in California for months. I want to remind you that in 2003, this fact has been not mentioned, and it is essential that the Ninth Circuit Court, 2003, the Ninth Circuit Court issued a permanent injunction against Caltrans, which is being violated. I have the video, I have the photos, I have the life experience that verifies these violations. For example, on May 27th, the overpass was crowded and covered in American flags for Memorial Day. No complaints, no Caltrans visit, no removal. 4 days later, on that Friday, May 31st, same overpass covered with My American flags, removed. May 27th was not interrupted. May 31st was the first violation of the 7 violations against our First Amendment rights. I was told by Caltrans that they had gotten complaints about our flags. We've now been removed 7 times while all over California, from the tip of the state to the bottom. People are having flags, banners, and messages on many points of view on Caltrans fencing. The 2003 Ninth Circuit Court decision in Brown versus California Department of Transportation clarifies that viewpoint discrimination, content discrimination is a violation of the First Amendment. And that's what I'm bringing up to you again today. As I said, I have videos and photos. I have CHP officers affirming that we have done, that there is no traffic or safety issue, which the community likes to imagine. Any traffic problem is the result of driver maintenance, management of their vehicle. In other words, our free speech since 2024 is only secure if there are no complaints. So if I go to Richmond and want to participate in an overpass, the city of Richmond, the Richmond PD do not consider a complaint worthy
Thank you very much. If you could wrap up.
I will, worthy to silence free speech. But in Lafayette, supposedly the land of diversity, why is political diversity mistreated and
Thank you very much. Okay, we have to give everybody 3 minutes. So thank you very much for your 3 minutes. And are there any other speakers?
I have no other hands raised.
Okay. And I would just, as a reminder to members of the public, this is the City of Lafayette's City Council. Our jurisdiction, the jurisdiction of the El Cartola Bridge is that of Caltrans. It is not the jurisdiction of the city. So just as a reminder. With that, let's move to agenda item number 7, which is the city manager's update.
Good evening, City Council and members of the audience here and virtually. This is a department update or a city update for the last 2 weeks. From the Planning Department, the Tree Protection Ordinance update is well underway. We issued a survey in May and received almost 300 responses and completed stakeholder interviews. And on August 12th, the Planning Commission and the City Council will hold a joint meeting to consider policy options before we prepare a draft ordinance. All this information can be found on the city's website. Also from planning, after more than 2 years of effort by the City of Lafayette, the community, the State Department of Housing and Community Development has concluded that the city's housing element will comply with state law after the city completes the necessary rezoning and readopts the element. Staff is preparing the revisions, and we hope to take it to the Planning Commission in August and September, and then to you as well shortly thereafter. From engineering, the raised crosswalk on Pleasant Hill Road at the Spring Hill free right turn lane or the slip lane, it'll be poured tomorrow. So those people who live in the area, just a heads up that there will be some delays in traffic. Also, starting Wednesday of this week and through all of next week, the city will be conducting doing slurry seals across town. And this process will require two-way traffic control on our major collector streets and some road closures as well. And all this information can be found again on the city's website under construction projects. And finally, from the Public Art Committee, the committee is now accepting applications for fall exhibits. The opportunity is open to all local artists working in any form of media, and the deadline to apply is August the 15th. With that, I conclude my presentation.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from council members? All right. And are there any public comments related to the city manager's update?
Anybody wants a public comment online, please raise your hand now. I don't see any.
All right, thank you very much. In that case, we will continue on with the agenda. Item 8, presentations. There are none this week, so we'll go straight to item number 9, which is our consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Or
Well-
is there a motion to pull any items from the consent calendar?
Well, I have a speaker slip for item 9B, so it's up to you whether you want to pull it or not.
Okay, item 9B. Which, is that a member of the public wishing to pull it, or is it?
I have a speaker slip about it, so I'm assuming they want to talk about it.
Okay, so shall we take comments from the public first before? No.
We usually pull it and then move it to the end of the meeting, and at which time we can.
Okay.
Do public comment.
All right. A motion then?
So I can make a motion to pull item 9B from consent. Is that? Or do we need to?
Councilmember Dury?
Can we move to approve items 9A, C, D, E, and F?
Mhm.
And discuss the other one at the end of the meeting.
Very good. So I have a motion to approve item 9A, C, D, E, and F with pulling 9B for later on the agenda.
And I'll second.
There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. All right, let's look at item number 10, which is old business. This is an item that relates to the placement of a half-cent sales tax for 7 years on the November 5th, 2024 ballot. We'll have a staff presentation on it, and then there are 3 resolutions here.
Thank you.
So we'll go ahead with the staff presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. At the July 8th meeting, the City Council directed staff to prepare the resolutions to place a general purpose transaction and use tax, also known as a sales tax measure, on the ballot, asking voters to approve a half-cent local sales tax for a period of 7 years to provide funding to maintain the current level of city services. All funds received from this half-cent sales tax would remain in Lafayette. The council also appointed a subcommittee of Mayor Dawson and Vice Mayor Kwok to work with staff to develop the ballot measure language. The language was drafted and reviewed and approved by the City Attorney's Office, as well as by Dr. Gary Mandross, who was hired by the city to conduct the 2 scientific telephone surveys earlier this year on the potential sales tax measure. The sales tax measure ballot language is in the staff report for your consideration this evening. In order to place the measure on the November 5th ballot, the council needs to adopt 3 resolutions. The first, 2024-30, calls for the placement of a general transaction and use tax measure. Resolution 2431 provides for the filing of primary and rebuttal arguments and setting deadlines and rules for arguments and rebuttals for the measure. And finally, Resolution 2432 requests Contra Costa County to consolidate a general municipal election for the measure with the statewide election that will be held on November the 5th. Staff recommends that the council adopt the 3 resolutions and appoint a city council ad hoc committee to write the primary and rebuttal arguments in favor of the ballot measure. Both Tracy Robinson, Administrative Services Director, and I are available for questions.
Thank you very much for the staff report. So we'll take questions from council members. Councilmember Nduri.
Yeah, first, I just want to confirm that if this goes on the ballot and if the voters approve it, that the sales tax would take effect on April 1st, 2025, rather than January 1st, 2025.
Yes, that is correct. Upon further reading of the ordinance, it will take place in April. We'll start receiving revenue probably in June.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'd like to ask a series of questions. I'm really proud of the fact that every council member does read every public comment that comes in. And I just want to assure publicly we do that. A number of questions have been raised, and I think it would be helpful before we go further to get answers from city staff. So Tracy, I'm going to ask these questions to you. And I'm referring primarily to the letter that was submitted by Libby Henry. I believe it was today. There's a question about whether alternative solutions were presented to the council. And just, can you just let us know what alternative solutions, alternative to the tax, were submitted to the council?
So we did get a number of emails, which all of you, we always forward all of the emails to the full council. We also include all emails that we receive in the council packet when we speak about that subject. So all public comments are included. We have gotten a number of options for additional cuts to the budget that could have been made. I don't have the specific list of those, although one thing I did want to point out is that this is not a one-time $2 million budget deficit. It is ongoing, it is structural, it will be at least 2 million a year and growing, which means that the cuts all need to be ongoing cuts. Cutting programs, one-time costs and programs will not ultimately solve the problem. So I don't have a list right now of all of those alternatives, but you have seen them. All of those things have come to the council in the packet.
Yeah. And it's correct that you went out to the managers of each department and asked them to come back with suggestions for cuts that could be made that would
Correct.
total 10% or more.
On June 10th, we presented that to the council. There was a staff report that included what 10% cuts across the board to all departments would look like. Again, cuts to ongoing programs.
Yep, and we got attachments that listed in detail each of those cuts and described what would be cut and how much it would save.
That is correct.
Okay. Then there's a statement that the budget deficit can be solved by making a few choices. And one of the suggestions was elimination of a consultant fee that would save the city over $750,000. That's referring to consultant fee for the housing element. But my understanding is that there is no consultant fee for the housing element in the next budget. Is that correct?
That is correct. What I have done for the 5-year budget model, which is what is showing the $2 million deficit, I remove all, I remove the funds that have been spent on single issues, single things. So those, I remove them from the budget in the go forward budget. So they're not included, so they don't overstate. So those are not currently in the budget.
Okay, so it's not something to be cut because it's not in the budget.
Correct.
Then there's a reference to 250,000 for a traffic consultant. And again, that can't be cut because it's not in the budget.
It is not in the budget, and to be honest, I couldn't find a $250,000 charge, but regardless, it's not in the budget going forward.
Okay, then there's a reference, and again, I'm raising this because I want to make sure that our residents understand how our finances work. There's a reference to the fact that we pay into the equivalent of a 401k for our city staff. Is it fair to say that a vast majority of the cities in California pay into the public employee retirement system?
Yes.
And we do not, is that correct?
We do not pay into PERS. The 401k is the only retirement program that City of Lafayette employees have. They do not get PERS. We do not pay into PERS.
Okay, thank you. Then there was a suggestion that the idea to reduce staff salaries was never brought to the council as a partial or possible solution. If you could just confirm, my recollection is that in the June 10th staff report, there was a discussion of that possibility, and there were 4 reasons given why it might not be a good idea, and the council agreed with those reasons. Is that your recollection?
Yes.
There's also a reference to a project that, if eliminated, could account for the rest of the budget deficit. That's the Pleasant Hill Road median project. Is it correct that that is not in the budget?
No, funds for building that program are not in a go-forward budget. Going forward, the funds that are currently being used for design were a grant,
Okay, so that can't be eliminated because it's not in the budget.
correct?
There's a reference to 3 parking enforcement trucks that the city has that we use rather than electric scooters. Can you explain why we have 3 parking enforcement trucks rather than electric scooters?
Yeah, I spoke to Kathy Surgis today, who's been with the city for quite a while. She told me that we actually did used to have some of those little carts, those parking carts, many years ago. However, they were not very reliable. When they broke, maintenance needed to be done in Sacramento because regular car repair shops didn't have necessary parts. In fact, they are actually pretty costly. They are, in fact, almost the cost of a truck because they're specialty. They're not sort of mass manufactured as sort of pickup trucks are. But in addition, we use the parking enforcement trucks for other ancillary purposes around town to assist officers. For example, when there's an accident that requires traffic control, the parking enforcements will go out and use the trucks to do traffic control. If those, for example, if those accidents are places around town where there are hills and whatnot, those little carts would not really be able to make it up some of the hills into the areas that they would need to go. The trucks are also used for emergency services. We can transport equipment. We can pull trailers. They transport found property. For example, we pick up bicycles when we pick up illegal signage. So in addition, the enforcement personnel, as I said, do other duties for the police department. For example, they help replacing the batteries for the camera system. So they're driving around there and they do need equipment. So in all, we determined that the trucks actually made more financial sense and were more useful than the smaller carts.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, there was a statement that in the materials explaining the tax, or we stated the fact that the Lafayette's sales tax level is 8.75 and Orinda and Moraga are at 9.75. And there's the statement that staff fails to point out that both Orinda and Moraga pay for and run their own police and fire departments, which is of course a main part of their budgets. So I just start with, we pay for our police service.
We
correct?
pay the sheriff's office for our police officers. Yes, we do.
Okay, and does Orinda have its own police department?
They do not. They also contract from the sheriff's office.
Same as us.
That's correct.
Okay, does the city of Orinda have a fire department?
I believe that the city of Orinda and the city of Moraga have the Moraga-Orinda Fire Department that they use for their fire services.
Okay, and it's not supported by city funds, it's supported by a separate tax.
No, I confirmed, at least in the Orinda budget has no expenditures for fire. That money comes out of the property taxes, just like money for Lafayette Fire Services come out of the property taxes and go directly to Con Fire.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Dury. Yes, do you have a question?
Just a follow-up question there, because I think, you mentioned PERS and the 401k, and I'm wondering if you can speak a little briefly, would the city be, are we better or worse off having a 401k versus a PERS program? Because as you say, it seems like most cities have the PERS. Can you explain what the financial impact is to the city?
So many years ago, the decision was made to not join PERS because with PERS, you do not necessarily have any control over what you pay. The rates are set by PERS. So there have been examples of years when the earnings were not enough, so the PERS rates needed to be raised substantially. Many cities actually still have a lot of outstanding unfunded debt because of PERS. So with PERS, just like the PERS being a defined benefit program, defined benefit program, you basically continue to pay for employees long after they're gone. It's set into the rate. With the city of Lafayette going for a more traditional 401 program, we know exactly every single year what our expenditures are going to be, and it does not vary. So over the years, we have no unfunded debt, and we know what our expenses are going to be. So I believe that that's actually better financially.
Right,
Leave it
because
at that.
I would imagine that if somebody leaves the city of Lafayette, we're no longer paying for their retirement.
That is correct. It's a defined contribution program as opposed to defined benefit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? If not, we will open this item up to public comment. So item 10A includes item 1, 2, and 3, the 3 resolutions that are part of 10A. But if any members of the public would like to make public comment on item 10A, now would be the time to do so. And are there
Yes, I have.
members in the room?
We'll start with people who are in the room. First speaker is Mike Hayes, followed by Libby Henry.
Hello again. This is part 2 of my proposal, adopting the proven Oxford University narrative storytelling communication strategy. This addresses our $2 million deficit and creates a vibrant future for Lafayette. We can learn from the success of Espoo, Finland, which became Europe's most sustainable city using a narrative storytelling approach developed by Oxford University researchers. The strategy involves creating a compelling vision of Lafayette's future. 2, engaging all stakeholders in shaping and refining this vision. 3, using the narrative to guide decision-making and policy development. 4, continuously evolving the story based on community input. By adopting this approach, we can address our budget deficit through innovation, community-driven solutions. 2, increase community engagement and ownership of city initiatives. 3, develop a unified vision for Lafayette's future. 4, combining these initiatives could transform Lafayette into a hub for responsible AI adoption and innovation while addressing our current challenges. The AI committee could play a crucial role in shaping our city's narrative and exploring how AI can contribute to solving our challenges, including the budget deficit. Oxford Espoo strategy has proven successful in fostering innovation and sustainability in the city of Espoo, Finland. By involving our residents, especially the younger generation, who are already adept with technology, we can create a story about Lafayette's future that excites and engages our demographics. In conclusion, by establishing an AI committee and adopting this narrative storytelling approach, we have the opportunity to position Lafayette as a leader in the AI renaissance while addressing our current fiscal challenges. This strategy can help us maintain our semi-rural quality while increasing a vibrant downtown, offering the best of both worlds. Thank you for your consideration of these proposals for an AI Media Literacy Committee or Commission. I'm Mike Hayes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council?
Thank you.
Nope. All right.
Next speaker is Libby Henry, followed by Lauren Herpick.
Welcome.
Hi, everybody. Libby Henry, 3812C, Happy Valley Road. Thank you, Councilmember Anduri, for stealing my thunder. But no, I really did appreciate the clarification. I did notice that there was one point that I had made that you did not bring up, and I can imagine why. But my main point for writing the letter and for speaking tonight is that whether or not these things were actually addressed in the, I don't believe that the staff, considering the amount of things that I saw from my point of view, I don't believe the staff presented a full picture to the council for you to make an informed decision to go ahead and place the sales tax on the ballot, have a resolution to do so. And that's my main objection. Without full information, I don't think that it's fair to the people of Lafayette for 5 people to make a decision based on unknown information. Those were just some of the things that I could think of from my point of view, as far as things that could be cut from the budget. As far as the 401k, I have to say, I was a public school teacher for 27 years. And the reason that public employees don't get 401ks is because school districts don't have a budget for that. It has always been, I worked in business before I became a teacher, and my company had a 401k. But that's because they're a profit-making organization that can provide those kinds of matching funds. I'm sure everybody here knows that a 401k is a matching thing. And I was shocked to find out that my taxpayer money is going into certain individuals' personal financial retirement plan. 27 years, we could do 403Bs, which was totally, up to me to contribute to, because there was no money in the budget for the school district to do so. So I don't know if an examination of CalPERS and whatever might be a consideration. I was shocked with the benefits package and the salaries of certain individuals that are working for a public agency.
Thank you.
Essentially.
If you could wrap up and conclude.
Okay. I just think that the city council should reconsider before they make a final decision about putting that on the ballot. Because I am 100% against the people paying for what has become a tradition of poor decisions and expenditures that shouldn't be made.
Thank you very much. All right. Any questions from council? Nope. All right.
Okay, the next speaker is Lauren Herpick. And I believe that may be my last speaker in-house, and I do have some online.
All right. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Lauren Herpick. I've been speaking to a lot of citizens about this, and frankly, it's coming as a shock. We went from a surplus where our city was buying millions of dollars in property to a $2.5 million deficit very quickly. Participating in Lafayette's public process for nearly the last decade, I have voiced my support for our city to create more parks, gathering spaces, and safe pathways for our citizens to enjoy. But at no time recently have I heard, we really don't have the money for this. There's been no focus nor prioritization. I get that Lafayette doesn't get much from property tax revenue, and there are great things that our city can do with more money. We can always do with more money. But I do think we need to get our house in order before we ask the public for more of their hard-earned dollars. That said, I do want to thank staff for its proposed 10% cuts. It's good to see what they have deemed possible, and I think it's important that with other line items, because yes, there is more fat we can cut, we can see what we may be able to bring back and invest in further. So yes, we must 1, move forward with the cuts. 2, get reimbursement for unfunded mandates. At $300,000 a year, this comprises 15% of the annual deficit. And I understand this is just for next year, But we need to freeze public arts and mural funding. Look, I'm a huge supporter of the arts. It's our nation's greatest export. But $289,000 next year, that's another 15% of next year's deficit. We need to talk about needs versus wants. On the flip side, let's look at more accurately reflecting our revenue. The city has consistently underestimated the amount of property tax revenue garnered each year by about $100,000, with total funding sources underestimated by $250,000. That's another 5% adjustment. Now, I've paid attention to the ARPA funding distribution. It's a timely micro example of how money has been spent. And frankly, it's left a bad taste in my mouth. Nearly $500,000 of the funding we received went to consultants and contractors. Money was also spent to advertise a survey where citizens battled each other for a piece of the support. And at the end, nearly 45% of the money was just put back in the general fund. Instead of doing something really great with that money, we just kicked the can down the road. Again, I hear the need for more money. I'd love more. There are great things that our city can do, but with focus and priority. But even with a Citizens Oversight Committee, which I would love to understand how that will be established, I do think that in order to consider a sales tax increase, we need to get the house in order first. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope, thank you.
I have a statement from Cheryl McDonald that she'd like me to read. She says that the Oversight Committee should have involved community members to be on the Oversight Committee and not picked by staff or council.
Thank you very much, Ms. McDonald. Are there members in the Zoom virtual audience that would like to make public comment?
Yes, so I have Dawn Eames. Dawn, you can speak.
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to peruse my emails regarding the budget, the proposed 0.5% sales tax increase, and the need for input by the registered voters and taxpayers of the city prior to deciding on the resolutions you have before you tonight. I read in a previous city staff memo that if the council decides not to place a funding measure on the November ballot, staff will return at a future meeting with proposed changes to services and programs that will need to be reduced or eliminated to close the $2 million budget gap. That is totally backwards. City staff needs to come up with an attempt at a balanced budget prior to going directly for a tax increase to present to the city council and the citizens. The Vista's newsletter put out by the city merely bolstered their view that a sales tax increase was the only way to deal with the budget deficit with veiled threats of cuts to vital services and lower property values. There needs to be an open discussions with the community, taxpayers, and registered voters on what services, salaries, projects need to be looked at or delayed and reduced if necessary. Then and only then can a realistic budget be developed and brought to the council for further discussion. City council should not just rubber stamp approval of a tax increase because the city staff are recommending it when they've not done their due diligence to its citizens. The tracking poll showed 74% of the 400 were unaware of the deficit. Having a glossy tracking poll conducted out of a population of 25,000 plus to bolster the city's desire to tap the taxpayers is unconscionable, especially since the budget deficit was foreseen 5 years ago by the city, if not 7 years ago. If the resolutions are approved, however, the Oversight Committee needs to be totally impartial and put out to the citizenry for volunteers. I do have a question about salary bonuses that I read somewhere that $235,000 was in the proposed budget. Is that correct? And that's all I have.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Nope. All right. Thank you. Next speaker.
I do not see any other hands raised.
All right. Yes. What was that?
Oh, you want to ask Dawn a question? Hold on. Oh, no. Is that the question you're asking me about the 235,000 for bonuses? There is no money in the current proposed in this fiscal year's budget for bonuses.
All right, thank you. If there are no more public comments, we'll close the public comment period and then turn it back to council members for discussion of this item 10A 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, I just want to lead off by saying that we've heard a number of comments from speakers that council needs to look at this, that we shouldn't just accept what staff did, that staff is presenting things and not providing the whole story to council. And that's just not the way this has worked. You know, everyone should be aware that at the council's goal-setting meeting several years ago, we saw that this was coming. We didn't think it was going to be as bad as it was because we didn't learn until last year about certain things like the insurance increases and the amount to fix the roads. But we saw that this was eventually coming. And so we appointed a fiscal sustainability committee to look at it and to study it. And that was Vice Mayor Kwok and me for the first years of that. The City Finance Committee each year looks at the budget very carefully and works with the staff, but we see everything that's in the budget. And I also should point out that I saw an email this week from a resident asking, can we see the budget? Can we see all of it? The answer is yes, you can see the whole budget. It was part of the staff report from June 10th and June 28th. I encourage you, get the budget, read the budget, ask staff questions about the budget, ask us about the budget. There's nothing hidden. It's all there. And so the Finance Committee has worked with the staff. It's not the staff putting something over on the council. We ask questions of staff. We work with staff to make sure that we're doing the things that we choose to do are done in the most cost-effective manner. It comes before the council in budget meetings. We review the budget carefully. We review the reports. We ask questions. It's not a question of things not being presented to staff. I will say, from my point of view, we have received a great deal of information upon which we can make this decision. And again, we saw this coming. The Financial Sustainability Committee last year started working with staff to put out information. What's interesting to me is that we put out this information, and if people would read the vistas, I just encourage you to read the vistas where this information is a lot of the things that are people seem to have a lack of understanding of are explained in the vistas. Nothing is being hidden. The information is on the website or it's been presented. So I'll may come back and make other comments later, but I just want to say this is not something that staff is putting over on the residents or the council. We're as much involved in that, and I will take full responsibility for all the information that's going out to the public. It's a joint effort.
Thank you, Councilmember Nduri. Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you. Yeah, make a couple of comments. I mean, I remember sitting out there in the audience November of last year when we were talking about the upcoming budget deficit. And that was, almost, 7, 8 months ago. It was being talked about very actively. So it is something that we have been talking about. I think some characterization, certainly from the speakers, talking about how the city council is going to put one over on the, we've been duped or trying to dupe the, our citizens. And I think it's important to realize all we're doing potentially is authorizing placing a ballot measure for the citizens to vote, to actually make their voice heard in a way that we actually kind of really talk about it in a very public way. And it's difficult. I mean, the city budget, I believe is 181 pages long. I read every page. I'm sure all my other council members read every page of that, right? We read it all, and there was very little public input at that meeting when we talked about it, right? Because budgets aren't interesting or sexy, but it is all there. It is very transparent. But, you know, for a $20 million organization like the city is, the budget was it's pretty easy to understand. You can see where the money is going and where it's being allocated and what people are doing with the money. So I think to Councilmember Anduri's point, we feel comfortable with the budget, how it's being utilized. And I think if we reflect back a little on the survey that was put out twice, you know, both the initial survey and tracking survey, we see that over 90%, well over 90% of Lafayette residents seem satisfied with the city and how things are going. So I think we owe it to them to kind of really, you know, be able to weigh in on this and see if they want cuts, we can do it. If they'd like a amount of sales tax increase, they can weigh in on that as well. So I think that the process is moving, I feel, as intended.
Thank you, Councilmember McCormick. Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, thank you. And I totally echo what my other council members have said. We have seen this coming for a long time, and the ARPA funds made a huge difference. You know, really, we were paying off these, you know, recurring costs with one-time money, and we knew it, and we did it because we did not anticipate, like I said, inflation, insurance, capital expenses for our roads. We didn't know they were going to get so big so fast. We like Carl said, we knew it was coming. So right now, you know, we're going to vote on this and to put it on the ballot. But right now is when the campaign, you know, will begin if we vote to do that. And that is when the time when we will get as much information out to answer everybody's questions, I hope, as best as we possibly can. And then in the end, we vote. And it may be up, it may be down, right? And if it's up, that great, that's one solution. If it's down, then we do go to those big cuts. By definition, we have to be fiscally responsible that we're up here. We will do that. But this is the time to start, assuming we put this on the ballot, this is the campaign where we get the information out to everybody as best we can. And I offer myself, you know, I'm sure all of us will be out there doing our best to get all the information out as best as we can. And so, you know, reach out to us. We're free. We'll do, you know, meetings. We'll do whatever, you know, as much as Mala will let us, because we can't actually tell you how to vote. All we can do is pass information along. Anyways, so that's my say. And please, I look forward to these next couple of months and doing our best to really clarify what's been going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kendall. And myself, I think a lot has already been said and sharing my feelings, but I would just emphasize that the city council is not here imposing a sales tax on the public. It is the public's decision in November to vote for it or not, right? So what we will do here today is recommend how much and for how long, and what's on the table is a 0.5-cent sales tax for 7 years with conditions. And it will be up to the residents of our city to decide, do we want to add the tax and increase revenue or not? And then cut. And then the city council and staff will do either way. But it's actually the community's choice to decide which way to go. And in our city's DNA of the 50 some years we've been incorporated, we actually have a reputation for balanced budget and very frugal management. And I really think that I appreciate all my predecessors and the staff where it's very deeply in the city's DNA to do more with less. And I really think we've come to the point where we've just tried to do more with less until costs are sort of outrunning us at this point. And we have no choice but to come and either ask for the increased revenue, or if not, then we'll do the belt tightening. Either way, personally, I'm fine with either way, but definitely this is a choice of the public. It's not, we're just voting today to give the choice to the public. All right, so are there any other comments on this item? If not, yes.
Yeah, I would just say one other comment that's been in some of the emails is that the statement that what's needed is an open discussion within the community. And all I can say to that is what could be more open than putting this on the ballot for everyone to decide. So with that, will move adoption of resolutions 2024-30, 2024-31, and 2024-32.
And I will second.
Okay, and before we vote on this, I would like to actually point out that in one of the items, there's the creation of an appointment of a city council ad hoc committee. That's in Resolution 2024-30. And so I would like for our city attorney to explain what is the ad hoc committee and for us to do that to discuss it and then do that appointment maybe before we vote.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Kwok. As alluded to earlier by Councilmember Kendall, the city cannot use public funds for advocacy purposes. So the reason for this on the agenda is to appoint an ad hoc committee. The ad hoc committee will not be supported by staff. It will not be a public meeting supported by staff, and that ad hoc committee can prepare a ballot argument for the measure and any rebuttal argument. It will not come back before the council because if it did, it would be a public meeting that would be agendized and be using public resources. So that is the point in requesting an ad hoc committee to provide those services.
Okay, so part of what we need to do here, thank you, as the council is to appoint 2 members from the city council to be on that ad hoc committee. Their role would be to, in Resolution 2024-31, would be to write the argument in favor of the ballot measure, which has a certain number of words. And then if there is a argument against, then that same 2 people would draft the rebuttal agreement also within a certain number of words. Those 2 draftings would not come back to the full council. And it would simply be the job of the ad hoc committee to do that. And then in the ballot, those members' names would be listed on the ballot as having been proponents of the argument in favor and the rebuttal argument. So I would like to say that I checked with our mayor, Gina Dawson, and she would like to be a member of this ad hoc committee. And I would like to offer any members here the opportunity who might have an interest to join Mayor Dawson to be that second person on the committee.
I am absolutely willing and happy to do it, but I would defer to my other council members if they would like to.
I think, John, you'd be a great person on that ad hoc committee.
And I agree completely.
Okay.
All right, you are, in that case, then we have some consensus here that we would vote to appoint, or could you take a friendly addendum to your motion to add Mayor Dawson and Councilmember McCormick as members of the ad hoc committee?
Well, I'm not finding that in the resolutions. Wouldn't that be a separate motion?
It could either be, it's not part of the resolution.
Yeah.
It could be part of your motion, or you could just do it as a separate
I'd
motion.
rather do it as a separate motion later.
All right, then let's do the motions separately. And or was your motion to do all 3 at the same time, and then we'll do a separate one on the appointment?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for approval of resolutions 2024-31, 30, 31, and 32. There was a second? Okay, so all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes 4-0-1. Do I have a second motion?
And I will move that the council appoint Mayor Dawson and Councilmember McCormick as a ad hoc committee to write the primary and rebuttal arguments in favor of the ballot measure.
A second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. Thank you. Okay. We can move on to the next item on the agenda. Item 11, staff reports. There are none today. So we'll go to item number 12, which is our public hearing, and we'll invite staff and members of that item to join us. And so for this item, this is an appeal by applicant of the Planning Commission's denial of L05-21 Circle K Amati as the applicant for the C zoning request for a land use permit to allow the conditional use of a convenience market activity in the existing commercial building at 3667 Mount Diablo Boulevard. And what we'll do from a process point of view is we'll hear the staff report. We'll then open the public hearing and we'll take questions from council members. We'll then have the applicant and the appellant, invite them to give a 10-minute presentation. We'll then take public comments. And then the applicant will have the opportunity for 5-minute rebuttal. We'll then close the public hearing, and then we'll move into deliberations. Okay, so staff, please go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Anna. I'm an assistant planner with the city. And tonight I am presenting the staff analysis for the appeal of L5-21, which is a land use permit to allow the conditional use of a convenience market in an existing commercial building on Mount Diablo Boulevard. It's located in the West End Commercial District. I'd like to point out two minor errors in the draft approval resolution. I apologize for that. It is attachment 1 in the staff report packet on PDF or overall packet, page 10 and page 12 of the staff report packet. References are made to the Planning Commission deciding on this application. The final resolution will be updated to refer to the City Council. I apologize for that again. This proposal was submitted to the Planning Department in September 2021, but was not found to be a complete application until January 2024, required some revisions. The project underwent 2 hearings with the Planning Commission, which denied the proposal on May 6th, 2024. The property is located in the General Commercial Zoning District with an underlying land use designation of West End Commercial. This prioritizes a mix of commercial, residential, and office uses. The building is currently vacant and has been for over 5 years. The project proposes to operate a convenience store in the upper street level, approximately 2,000 square foot space. The space is currently configured as an office and would require a tenant improvement to convert to a convenience store. Originally proposed as a Circle K, as shown in the image on the slide, the applicant has recently made a change to the proposal to now propose an independent upscale convenience market. A change to an independent, locally operated convenience store would be consistent with comments made by the Planning Commission and the community that an independent shop rather than a franchise would be more of a service to the local community. But the applicant may wish to speak further on the store's specific characteristics. The site shares a rear parking lot with the adjacent office building and another vacant commercial or storage building at the rear. This parking is again shared between these businesses and will be limited to employees and deliveries only. The applicant proposes hours of operation from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. with up to 2 employees per shift. Physical site impacts are minor, which involve only exterior work to create an ADA approved lift to access the store from the rear parking lot for deliveries and employees. The applicant proposes alcohol sales for off-site consumption, though staff is not aware of any current ABC licensing application activity. The property owner would be required to comply with all conditions of the ABC license if granted. The project site is surrounded by a variety of uses, including commercial, office, a restaurant and cafe, and multifamily residential. There are currently no convenience stores in the West End district of Lafayette, though there are convenience markets in the downtown and the East End. The site is within walking distance of the Lafayette BART station, several office buildings, and residential developments. This street view shows the previous public parking arrangement, which was not formally delineated previously. The city's Mount Diablo surface seal project, which is currently underway and almost completed, will establish angled parking spaces in the public right-of-way shown here. This will be in front of both the proposed Circle K or other named Fastville convenience store and the neighboring Diamond K, which is directly adjacent. The parking configuration has been developed with consideration to cyclists and pedestrians, and the diagonal parking allows for greater sight distance at the driveway and for the bike lane as well. The parking spaces themselves are in the public right-of-way fully and will be available to the public, not reserved for customers. The project's traffic engineer recommends restricting parking in the rear lot to employees and deliveries only, and the proposal reflects that recommendation. This is due to the one-way narrow driveway, which presents the potential for entry and exit conflicts if customers were to park behind the store. The parking lot also serves employees of the neighboring office building, which is under common ownership by the subject property owner. So employees of that office business also use the rear parking lot. Because the site is within a half mile to the Lafayette BART station, the city cannot require off-street parking for the new use under State Law AB 2097. The project is not required to provide any off-street parking for either customers or employees. However, they are proposing some parking for employees only. There's also a designated delivery space for trucks to use for accessing the rear of the store. An ongoing concern by staff and the Planning Commission is the likelihood of delivery drivers double parking along Mount Diablo in front of the store, which would block a lane of traffic. This regularly happens in the downtown area where many businesses don't have designated loading areas. The applicant provided a vehicle turn template with their traffic impact analysis, which demonstrates that the rear lot does have sufficient space for the proposed 20-foot trucks to enter, park for their delivery, back up, and exit the lot. Staff has incorporated a condition of approval to place signage at the street level as well as in the rear, directing drivers to park in the rear of the store, to not double park, and to back out of the drive aisle back into the parking lot if there are any conflicts with vehicles entering the drive aisle. If delivery drivers do opt to park along Mount Diablo and block traffic, they may be subject to parking citations. To reduce noise impacts on adjacent residential neighbors, a condition of approval will further limit delivery hours to between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Public comments received as part of the 2 Planning Commission hearings were published with the staff report for this meeting in the form of both meeting minutes capturing in-person comments, as well as the prior staff reports which captured the written communications received to date. Neighboring residents and business owners are concerned with the lack of off-street parking, increased traffic congestion, potential for heightened crime, and double parked delivery vehicles on Mount Diablo Boulevard. Staff analysis finds that, with the conditions of approval to mitigate the impacts, the project can make each of the required findings for approval. Responses to these findings are in the draft approval resolution, attachment 1 of the staff report. The Planning Commission, in denying the proposal, was unable to make finding A and finding E. The Commission found that the project has great potential to impact the safe flow of traffic due to delivery trucks parking along Mount Diablo Boulevard, as well as risks from vehicles entering and exiting the parking lot from the drive aisle. The Commission found that the hours of operation, which were originally proposed to be 5 a.m. to 1 a.m., would result in a nuisance due to noise created by late night operations as well as delivery trucks. In analyzing the proposal and all information available, staff finds that the findings can be made for approval as proposed and further conditioned by conditions of approval. The project would not cause undue burden to the public. The proposal is consistent with the general plan, underlying designation of West End Commercial, and is consistent with the standards of the General Commercial Zoning District. This approval does include project-specific conditions to aid in mitigating any impacts from the new business use. This includes limiting the hours of operation to between 5 a.m. and 11 p.m., restricting deliveries from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., ensuring delivery drivers use the rear lot for deliveries, and more. These are included as attachment 3 in the staff report packet. With these and the other standard conditions of approval, staff recommends that the City Council find the project exempt from CEQA and adopt Resolution 2024-33, approving the project subject to conditions. And that concludes my report. and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Anna. I'm going to open the public hearing, and with that, we'll also take questions from Councilmember Nduri.
Yep. Could you, I've gone through the original, well, the application that was considered by the Planning Commission, and then what's before us tonight, but I just want to make sure what's different from what was presented to the Planning Commission? What is different in what we're considering tonight?
I will let the applicant answer specifics of the operation with the different business model they're now proposing. I do know that the hours of operation have changed. They originally proposed 5 a.m. to 1 a.m. They are now, their proposal aligns with the staff recommendation of 5 a.m. to 11 p.m., limiting those hours. And they originally, I don't believe they proposed specific delivery hours, or they were later. So currently they are in agreement. Again, they've expressed their agreement to comply with 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. for deliveries.
Okay, and that's it? That's all that's different from what the Planning Commission denied?
I believe so, besides the indication that they will not be affiliated with the Circle K franchise.
Okay. All right. And then just apropos the deliveries, so condition of approval 9 says scheduled deliveries are permitted between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Why is the word scheduled in there? Are unscheduled deliveries allowed at other times?
No, that would be any
So it
delivery.
just should be deliveries.
Mhm.
Okay. And how do we enforce that? And I know there was discussion at the Planning Commission. I'm just wondering if there's a more concrete answer to that now.
Mm-hmm. Delivery trucks double parking does fall under traffic enforcement. However, it's difficult. It can prove difficult to enforce. Generally, they're not parked for a very long time. So having it be a condition of approval would also have it fall then to code enforcement department if a complaint were brought to the city.
Okay, and is it, if this condition of approval is violated, what is our remedy? Can we withdraw this permit? I mean, what can we do?
Good evening, council members. Sonia Zua, Assistant Plan Director. This same question came up during the Planning Commission hearing. And so we would say that the code enforcement process would go forward. In addition, our municipal code in Title VI provides 2 sections. One, Section 6251, grounds for revocation, allows the Planning Commission to consider a revocation procedure for violation of one of the conditions of approval for a permit. And the procedure is set forth in the municipal code. Any appeal to that action would go to the city council as well. They're looking, the municipal code provides a probable cause that needs to be established and more details. So it's not a procedure that gets invoked very frequently. It's more, for the most part, we tend to manage it at the staff level and trying to work with the operators and the community.
Okay, and do you know what the burden of proof would be for that? What would the city have to, or what would have to be shown in order for the Planning Commission to say this condition was a critical condition, it's been violated, we can't permit this any longer? I mean, a single violation, ongoing violations, I mean, what would be required?
The procedure states that the Planning Commission would need to find that there is probable cause for revoking the permit, and then directs the plan director to give notice. So I don't know if others might have more information, but I don't know what the burden on the planning commission would be.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Other council members, Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you for the presentation. I have a couple of questions. First, on the ABC license or the alcohol license, you acted, or I just want, is it unusual that we're having this discussion prior to the request to sell alcohol in this thing, or are they typically separated out? How would that normally work? Because if there's going to be, I would imagine, we can talk to the applicant about this, if we deny or somehow impede the ability to sell alcohol, the business model probably doesn't work. Can you explain how it normally works?
Are you asking if we typically decide on land use permits before an
Before the
alcohol license
right.
is applied for?
Yes.
I'm not sure what the process typically looks like. Others might be able to answer that. The applicant might also have reasoning to wait to apply for an ABC license until they know that the land use is approved. So they might be able to speak to that further.
All right, well, I have some questions about this for the applicant. Then I will wait and talk to them. Second, there were several looking at the letters that came in, and I'm sure we'll be hearing from some of the citizens and community members that live nearby. There was a lot of concern about crime and what bringing a convenience store, upscale or otherwise, into the neighborhood would do to crime. And I'm wondering if staff has any comments on that. And, you know, we only have 2 convenience stores in town, so I don't know if we have a whole lot of data, but I would like to kind of hear from staff or about that. Do we have any stats indicating whether we should expect a rise in crime with a convenience store here?
Yes.
Good evening, council members. Greg Wolf, Planning Director. So staff dialogued with the Chief of Police regarding this concern, and I believe it's safe to characterize the chief's comments as that there's no clear, distinct pattern of increased crime associated with any one business type or specific to convenience stores. I think there have been 9 robberies in the last 18 months that are in the commercial district. And 3 of them were associated with convenience stores. 1 of the overall 9 was after midnight, but the rest were essentially between 7 a.m. and 10 p.m., 11 p.m. So it is a very small data set. And so characterizations around it are difficult to draw. But that is the data that we were able to glean from police. And I think it's fair to say that the chief did not see a clear and distinct pattern.
Okay, so he is not concerned. Could you characterize it that way? I don't want to put words in his mouth, but he did not have an objection to the applicant?
Correct.
Yeah. All right. That's all I have for now.
Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, thank you. So you referred to other businesses in our downtown that do double park in order to get deliveries. And are any of those other businesses, do they have a similar use to this one? Like, I would imagine that the deliveries coming to a convenience store, there would be a lot because it's a big, volume store, and that you want to generate just volume. And I understand that, and that's just part of the business. So of these other businesses you mentioned, are any of them expected to have the kind of deliveries that we would expect to have here?
I think that they would have similar volume, just a different, they're not convenience stores. The ones I'm.
Which one are you referring to then?
Based on a personal anecdotal observation, I have, seen trucks parked in front of the Starbucks on Mount Diablo Boulevard, and a couple other restaurants as well. So, often restaurants might get deliveries a couple days a week. The applicant has indicated, I believe 2 to 4 days a week for deliveries as well. I'm not sure exactly volume-wise how similar that would be between a restaurant, which requires maybe more fresh deliveries.
Right.
So it could vary.
And so on your anecdotal observations, are they the deliveries typically in the mornings? Are they all day long?
I haven't been able to witness enough of them.
And enough of them to know. Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you very much. All right.
I have a-
One more question from,
Yeah, I actually have a couple more. We know that we have the state law that we can't require parking within a half mile of BART. But how does that impact a decision in this case? And just, I'm not saying that's the case here, but if you had a situation where it was pretty obvious that if you had a new store come in or a new business of any kind, and there's just no way that parking can be accommodated for that business, is it correct that the city could not deny an application based on, it would be a nuisance because there'd be a huge backup down the street because there's no parking?
It's my understanding that that specifically is not to be used as a finding. The lack of parking, because the city is not able to enforce the minimum parking that we otherwise would require for a new business, and therefore should not factor into the findings for denial. There, may be other items to consider, so.
Okay. And then for a driver going west on Mount Diablo Boulevard in the inside lane or the lane near the median, when you're in front of the Diamond K, there's a break in the median and there's solid lines. And I haven't consulted my driver's test manual. Can you turn across those lines in between the medians, or is that not, are you not supposed to turn to make a U-turn there?
My understanding is that a U-turn will be permitted at the light
Oh,
at the city
obviously, yeah,
offices,
yeah.
as well as,
No, but I'm talking about before you get
Break
to
in
the
the-
light, there's a break in the concrete curbs, and but there's solid yellow lines all along there. Can you cross those solid yellow lines to go into the eastbound traffic?
you mean at the Diamond K?
Yeah, if you're in your car going west and you're even with Diamond K,
Mhm.
there's a break.
I believe U-turns will be allowed there.
Greg, Mr. Wolf.
Engineering has advised that westbound traffic will be able to make U-turns at the Diamond K driveway and at the city office's signalized driveway that Lennar is putting in the signal at that intersection. So if it is a single set of double white lines, a vehicle can turn across it when safe to do so. If it is two sets of double yellow lines, they are effectively a median, and you cannot cross the double
Okay,
set.
so this is a yellow line on each side, so you
Can I do a quick
cross.
follow-up on that? Because right now, that break that you're describing, it says right turn only. It has a very distinct right turn only going right into double at the break in the median. There's actually a sign there. Are you saying that's going to change to allow a U-turn? Because if you did not have a U-turn there, then everybody would be queued up at the light, which would be, significantly more. Well, it's gonna be traffic either way, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. I don't know if you're not, I know you're not engineering, but right now it actually does say right turn only, not, it did, so, right turn, yeah. Okay, well, maybe we can.
Yeah, I
But I
apologize. I
don't
can't
know the answer to that.
reconcile what you observed as the existing sign with
existing
what
signage.
engineering advised.
That's fine, it's,
Okay, and then final question. The parking studies, there seem to be different interpretations of the parking studies. I know that Mr. McGrath's letter talks about over 1,000 trips, and the parking study seems to refer to about half of that number of trips. Can you give me a definitive answer as to what the traffic study is telling us about the number of trips that would be generated?
I'll let the applicant speak to the specifics I believe they predicate their study on different types of trips. New trips, net new trips versus pass-through trips of people who are already passing by and stop. And the study does not distinguish between pedestrians, cyclists, and car traffic. So they'll be able to speak from, their experience and their analysis on that.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I have one question, and that is related to the staff's recommendation today, because the Planning Commission had two very robust conversations about the topic today and covered A, B, C, D, E, F, and so forth. And I really commend the Planning Commission for really a robust and excellent discussion where I think very many different viewpoints came out, and at the end, they could not make the finding in favor of, at least on item A and E, I believe. And so, but today staff comes before us with a recommendation that you can make those findings. So I just want to understand why, how, or in light of what you heard during those meetings, that the staff is able to come to the findings that the Planning Commission was not able to come to.
Yes, absolutely. The staff recommendation has not changed from the original. Based on the analysis, information available to us, research performed by staff over the last 3 years as the application was being processed. The findings are able to be affirmatively made. The project as conditioned, which I think is very important to note, those conditions that can mitigate some of the impacts. The project as conditioned can meet the findings for approval. And so the recommendation has not changed from the recommendation to the Planning Commission until now. So.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wolf.
I concur and just would elaborate that it could be summarized as a difference of opinion. So in staff's analysis, we believe that we can make the findings and thus made that recommendation to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission in its deliberations and considering all of the facts presented before it and the deliberations it undertook concluded differently. And that is the way it's supposed to work, is that the Planning Commission is the responsible entity for discussing, holding the public hearing and considering all the facts of the matter and coming to a majority vote. And so while I think that staff's recommendation more often than not is concurred by the commission or the council, it's not always the case. And that is that's the way the system is supposed to work. So our recommendation has been consistent, but we fully appreciate and understand if a different conclusion is reached by the hearing body.
Thank you for that explanation. All right, Councilmember Nduri.
Okay, sorry. This may not be likely to happen, but is it possible that residents of the new development across the street would have guests, and there may not be parking in their building, and guests could park in these parking places all day, and there'd be no requirement that they move? Is that correct? Is that possible? Same with employees of any business. They could park. There's nothing to stop someone from parking and just keeping the parking place all day.
I'm not aware of any restrictions that will be placed on the parking across or on the street parking.
Okay.
It'll be public parking spaces.
Okay. And I think I read that there's no room for meters because the public right-of-way ends at the curb.
That's correct.
So we can't do meters. And there can't be requirement for 10-minute parking or 20-minute parking. We can't do that.
Typically, I believe, I wonder if Greg would like to elaborate. A lot of the decisions on metered parking and restricting different parking or parking in different areas is often considered by the Transportation and Circulation Commission. We could take a recommendation to them and consult with them and the city engineer. I'm not sure whether signage could be placed on the private property either on the sidewalk, so.
Okay, well. Okay, the parking spaces are fully in the public right of way, correct?
Yes, but the edge of curb is the edge of marks the property line for the private property.
Okay, so theoretically you could, well, I guess question, can you restrict parking to a certain length of time? And could we put a sign in front of the curb? I mean, we could paint the curb certainly and say 20-minute parking, for example, but could we insert a sign in the front of the parking lot that says this is 20-minute parking?
The parking spaces are in the public right of way, and thus I believe it's within the realm for the city to regulate those with respect to metering or time limits, et cetera. I can't speak to the physicality of placement of those traffic regulation devices, whether it's a meters or signage. That may be difficult or impossible based on the specific circumstances of that. But I think that could probably be worked around through a geometric reconfiguration with engineering, that if they need additional space for a signpost, for instance, it could reduce the number of on-street parking because the angle would have to change to create that additional space. So I think that there are engineering solutions to the time regulation.
Okay, and so then the legal question is, if we wanted to do that, could we? Or can we not do anything to parking because we're not supposed to be concerned by parking within a half mile of BART?
That's on our property. Excuse me. So the public parking is completely within the city domain. The private use does not get to use the public parking exclusively. So the council in the future could consider putting up these signs, presuming there's the physical space to do so, or put certain limits on time restrictions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions, Councilmember Nduri? No, Councilmember Kandel.
So you qualified that, so we can't put it as a condition of approval here?
A condition of approval to put the parking signs on their property?
Oh,
It's
yeah,
on our
right?
property. So we
Right.
could.
Okay, got
again,
it.
Subject to the size.
Got it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, then we'll go to the next portion of this hearing, and we'll invite the applicant and the appellant up for 10 minutes.
Philippe, can you put 10 minutes on the timer?
Good evening. Please introduce yourselves.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Muthana Ibrahim. I'm the architect for the project. And our presentation tonight will have two parts. I'll do the first part and I'll ask Mr. Sanfuri to finish the second part. And I would like.
Before you begin, may I ask who is with you representing the applicants tonight?
Mr. Sanfuri, Mr. Hussein Sanfuri.
The attorney, okay. Anybody else?
And I have our traffic engineer, if there is any question regarding traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. Good evening. Okay.
Can you start the clock again at 10 o'clock, 10 minutes, please, and give the speaker a full 10
The
minutes.
second slide, please. I like to start with the difference between the previous proposal, which is the Circle K, and the current proposal, which is a local convenience store. The difference is huge. Circle K, 7-Eleven, Starbucks, branded names, people know them. People could be driving on the highway, Googling, Circle K nearby, or Starbucks, or 7-Eleven, and then they take the exit and come, and the traffic will be a lot. A local convenience store, however, it's not known and it's not going to cause that problem. Regarding the double parking, the owner of the convenience store works from the office next door to that space. So he's going to monitor the operation of the delivery trucks. The delivery trucks will be only 2 to 4 times a week, and they will be use the parking in the back, and the owner himself will monitor that. There is 300 customer per day that going to be benefiting from this location. Mostly the customer will be walking from the neighboring apartments and businesses. Let's see. Regarding the traffic study, we have our traffic engineer will explain the numbers, but the business is designed for having no more than 3 customers to visit the store per day. And most of them, they will be walking to the store. Second slide, please. Okay. The top aerial view is showing the space and the alley, and that alley access to the building exists since the building constructed in the 1960s, and it's working then. There will be no pedestrians on this alley. We have a sign will be posted stated that all pedestrians shall access the street through the store. And there is many examples in the city of downtown Lafayette of those alleys. If you see the aerial photos at the bottom, there is the intersection Lafayette Circle and Mount Diablo. There is 2 access alleys similar to the one we have that access a parking lot behind the building, and it's been working fine, for a long time. Next slide, please. The convenience store will be a high-end market, serve the local neighborhood. The interior design will include high-end premium quality materials and colors, offers coffee, espresso bar and drinks, package and fresh food options. What you see here in the interior floor plan that has a front entry to the sidewalk on Mount Diablo, and in the back you have the entry from the back with the lift. And you see at the top left, which is the coffee espresso bar and register, and there is another register at the lower right hand. This is for the rest of the store. The sales area in the middle, and like I said, we have 2 entries, one in the back and one in the front. And with that, I will ask Mr. Safuri to continue.
Good evening, council members and vice mayor, staff, and members of the community of Lafayette. I'm Hussein Safuri. I am the attorney for the applicant, Mr. Mike Amadi, who has been a business owner and property owner in Lafayette for decades now. His business office, his family business's office is in Lafayette. It's right next door to the proposed store. And so he is someone who has invested in and continues to invest in Lafayette. And that's what this store is intended to do. Our task today is to consider the facts, which are set forth, I think, very well in staff's robust report, make findings based on those facts, and then vote based on those findings. And again, as staff's report shows, and as also shown by our submissions, each of the findings necessary can and should be, is present here. Councilmember Enduri asked a good question. What's changed from the last, I think it was Councilmember Enduri asked, what's changed from the last version of this application to today? And what it is that both then, but even more so now, the application is designed to address the concerns of the city of Lafayette, of the commission, and of the neighbors that were raised. And those are addressed. The two big concerns were the concerns about noise and possible nuisance. That's been addressed by our agreeing to limit the store hours. So this is not going to be a late night store. It is not going to open early in the morning. It's going to have very limited hours. We've also agreed to limit the hours of deliveries and the number of days of deliveries. There will be deliveries that will occur 2 to 4 days a week, not all the time, and only within hours that are designed to minimize the noise to the neighbors. So that's an important change. The other really significant change is that now this is going to be it's not a chain store. It's a local brand. The Fast Fill brand is Mr. Ahmadi's family business's own brand. They have a few stores that they've opened in that name, and it allows them much greater control of the look and feel of the store. And that addresses another concern of the neighbors, which is what is this place going to look like? Is it going to fit into their neighborhood? These are the folks who live down the hill from the store. And this will be a high-end store. It will not be burdened by or limited by requirements of a chain brand like Circle K. It'll also fit in well with the Brandt condos that are going to be going up on the other side of the street. From the outset, and more so now with more requirements for signage and so on, this project has been designed to address the concern about double parking. We don't want it to happen. Our client doesn't want it to happen, and it's designed in order not to happen. And this is very, very different from other stores in the downtown area. The example that keeps coming up is the Starbucks. Those stores do not have an off-street loading zone. This project is designed with an off-street loading zone that is going to be required to be used for deliveries. My client, the owner, works right next door. It will be very easy to enforce that requirement. And we intend to do that. It'll be a requirement for all vendors. If they don't comply, they'll be out. We'll find somebody else to do the job. It's also important to my client to maintain, to keep that street in front of his own office free and clear of traffic. So we have a real incentive to do that. And the signage that will be part of the conditions of approval will assist with that. I want to clarify something, speaking about the traffic study. The number of expected customers based on this type of store is 300 customers a day. So the added traffic is based on that. Most of the trips to the store will be, because of this type of store, it will be pre-existing trips. This is not new traffic that's being generated. And so when you see a number like 600, the idea is each trip to, and then that same person driving away from the store is considered a different trip. That's why you get different numbers. But our traffic engineer can explain that better. Another concern, and the last point, another concern that was raised previously was about crime. But what's changed between then and now is that more research has been done. The police chief has been consulted. Staff has looked into the issue. I've looked into the issue too, and I can say that there is no data that supports the notion that convenience stores attract crime. So I think now we've got that data point to submit and address that concern. If the council has any questions for us, we'll be available and we can come back at the end of the rebuttal.
Thank you very much, sir. I have a question should we open it to public comment now or questions from council? Yeah.
Questions of the applicant?
Yes.
That would be appropriate at this time.
For council members. Okay, great. So let me ask my fellow council members for any questions of the presentation. Councilmember McCormick.
Thank you. I've several. I will try to be brief. Can you articulate, so this difference in the Circle K and fast fill? This different branding. What else? It's unclear to me what else is different, because when I look at I believe the corporate website for the applicant who owns a variety of different convenience stores, there are a wide variety of brands. There's Circle K's, there's 7-Elevens, there's Fast Fill, there's others. Are you saying that the other fast fills that are owned by the applicant have this high-end concept that you are talking about?
That's the goal. I have not seen them personally.
Right. The pictures I saw of fast fills looked like standard convenience
Yeah,
stores attached to
that's what is
gas
intended in city of Lafayette.
Okay. So if I think about what this store would there be anything, if we approved a fast fill, is there anything stopping the owner from changing it to a Circle K next year? It's still a convenience store. It's the same look. It's the
I don't
same-
think they will change to Circle K, because when they build a brand, they want to compete with Circle K.
even though they
I
own
mean, the
Circle.
goal. I mean, it's not going to be this year or 10 years from now. I don't know. But I mean,
So
a lot of developers, they develop a brand and they, go with it.
okay. My personal thought is that fast fill does not sound particularly like a high-end market, but we can put that aside. The question would be, so if I compare what a Circle K or 7-Eleven or something like that versus this, so will you be selling beer and wine at the store?
Yes.
Will you be selling liquor? High alcoholic, like,
I'm not sure. No.
no?
Yeah.
Will you be selling
Depends on the license. I think beer and wine, yes.
beer and wine only? Will you be
Yeah.
selling cigarettes?
They do.
They do. Is that how we would classify a high-end market that would sell cigarettes?
To tell you the truth, I'm not sure about the cigarettes. It wasn't part of my presentation today, and I just assumed.
Okay.
So I'll take it
How
back.
about vaping or e-cigarettes?
I don't think so. Never heard of that.
No? I'm sorry, they would or would not?
Never heard of that with my client.
So they don't sell those now?
At the
I'm
fast
trying to
food-
understand what the nature of the store, you are saying it is changing. So I'm trying to understand how.
Yeah, well, they, they're proposing a products like, salad, cheese palette, custom coffee. They want to do high-end store here.
Mhm. So, yes.
If I may.
Yeah.
The reason that the fast fill name is being used is that my client owns that brand name. So they don't have to develop or pay for a new brand. They're going to use an existing, but they own it entirely. They're not beholden. The difference between the fast fill, whatever you want to call it, and a Circle K or 7-Eleven is that it's not a franchise. They are not required. They will not be required by a franchisor to carry any specific types of products, to have a specific type of look and feel, to have specifically to have a specific product mix. So they are free to do something different that is what they feel will fit in there. And what they want to do in this particular location is something along the lines of what the pictures look like, which is it's a convenience store, but it'll also have, prepared salads and a coffee bar rather than, just your coffee urn that you might get at a gas station convenience store. They do own gas station convenience stores. Those are built and designed to fit the location that they're in, which is different than this location.
So this would be the first store of this kind that they would be having?
This would be the first well, I don't know if they have any other high-end stores. Actually, I'm not familiar with
Right.
all the stores that they run, but this will be, this is their intent here.
Okay.
I'll put, this is the first and only convenience store that they're putting in right next door to their own offices.
That's understandable. You're just asking us to make a statement of faith that this is what it's going to be when we don't have, when it was a Circle K last month and now it's something else and we have vague descriptions. I'm just trying to kind of probe a little bit what kind of store it's going to be. For example, when when Bevmo was approved to have a liquor license in 2016, they on their application they put they would not sell cigarettes. Is the applicant willing to do that?
I don't know the answer to that. That has not really been part of the discussion.
Okay. You assert that most of your 300 customers that you'll have per day will be walking. What factual basis do you have for that assertion?
Because, when they decided to open the store, they know about the apartment building project coming in across the street. There is apartment next door, and there is a lot of businesses in downtown Lafayette. That's why this is the assumption that most of the customers are going to be walking. There is no parking to park. There is like only 4 parking stalls in front of the store. So logically, you're not going to get a lot of people driving.
There's a Trader Joe's less than 500 feet from the store, and most people drive to that, I believe, right?
Yes, but they're not going to park there and walk to the store. The customer the type of customer that comes to the store, the people that, want to stop, get a drink or a snack or, whatever, and then leave right away within 5 minutes. Okay, so they're not going to park by Trader Joe's and walk to the store.
Where are they walking from?
They're walking from the business around this, and then the apartments that are going to come up across the street.
Okay.
That's how they build that thing, the idea.
Okay. I want to also, you mentioned it's not a late night store, I believe was mentioned. But I understood the hours are till 11 p.m.
Yes.
Is that not a late night? That's about as late as anything else in Lafayette's open.
Well, isn't it?
It's in contrast, for example, to the 7-Eleven, which is an all-night store, or the Safeway, which is an all-night store. I'd say those are late-night stores. 11 p.m., it closes well before midnight. I mean, it's late. That's past my bedtime, but it's not a late-night store in as you might expect in an urban environment.
There's
so
very
midnight
little-
or past.
Okay, there's very little night left after 11 p.m., right? So it's compared to most stores in Lafayette, most businesses in Lafayette, I would say it's probably very late night. But you are asserting it's not a late night store.
The
That's what-
factual point I am making, sir,
All
is
right.
that this is not a store that will be open all night, and that we made that change and we reduced the hours in order to address the concerns of the citizens of Lafayette.
That's great. I mean, the original application, I think 1 a.m. So, but you did back it back 2 hours.
Correct. That's the point. Thank you.
Great. I have other questions, but I think I'll leave for other council members. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Candell.
So I will kind of follow up on John's a little bit on his line of questioning. And I'm under the impression that we actually have no control over what you guys put in this store. You're saying you're going to do something, but I mean, tell me if you guys basically maybe don't turn it into a Circle K, but you make it, more look like a Circle K or a typical, if you do, I don't think that we have any jurisdiction to change that or go, oh, you said you were going to do this, but you didn't. But I don't think, is there any enforcement that we have that would be able to take that back and make them do that? I'm not aware, right?
There are no conditions proposed that speak to the nature of the products that would be carried at the store. I think we can all agree that there are national brand potato chips and then some sort of specialized, more expensive, more local. So if they promised to do just the local high-end potato chips, but then decided, no, that is not working out for our business model, we want to just go with the national brand of Lay's or another brand, I believe the city would have either no recourse or extraordinarily difficult enforcement to
So no, I'm,
enforce such a condition.
and I guess that's what I was just trying to
Sure.
say is that
So that's not the intent of the business owner here. The intent of business owner here, this is the space next to his office. He want this store to be like a test for all his stores. He want to have a better product, high quality, even when was the idea to put Circle K is not going to be the typical Circle K. It's gonna be a Circle K that he wants to try other products inside within the limitation of
So
Circle K.
I
So
appreciate that.
after, yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. And then my other question is, all right, so in the traffic report, they came up with like, what, 1,500 trips
Sure.
total?
Yes.
And then you're saying that it's only 600.
Okay, I'll
And I-
ask our
okay.
traffic engineer to address that question.
Good evening, Council. So the traffic report is based on the trip generation rate by ITE, which is a national standard. And whenever there is a development, ITE for a particular type of land use, they use an average trip generation rate. Within the same manual, for a certain type of land uses, it identifies based on the national statistics what the passerby trip reduction is. For the land use what's being proposed on this site, the trip reduction, the passerby trip reduction, what the guidelines allow for is 61% of the total number of trips. So the project site is going to be developing approximately, is going to be generating 1,500 approximate trips. However, out of those 1,500, 900 of them are already on the roadway system. It's not a new trips. So the report clearly says that the net total new trip generation is approximately 600 on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nduri.
Continue with the traffic engineer, just following up on that. So, right, you're breaking down the 1,500. So the 1,500 comes from a standard manual that dictates trips for this kind of enterprise, this kind of store.
That's correct.
Okay, and those trips are both trips that are just dedicated to getting to the store and back, and those are trips that people are heading home. They be on the road anyway, and they stop off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what you're saying is that 900 of those, the people are out on the road anyway, and they're just going to stop, and the 600 are ones that they're just going to the store.
That's correct.
Right, and that's on a daily basis, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's where I'm trying to figure out where the 300 customers a day comes from, because it looks like you're saying it's 300 customers per day who they're just going to the store and back. Is that what you're saying? Then there's another 450 customers who are stopping off on their way home. So there's 750 customers who are actually going to be stopping at the store?
Okay, so the 300 customers came from the client. Client owns a lot of convenience stores. That's from his experience. When he built a business, they have to come up with a number realistically, match their, thinking, and that the number that he is expected.
Okay, whether they're on their way home or whether they're making a special.
He does not expect more than 300 customer will visit his store, per day. That's
okay.
That's the business plan.
And then did I couldn't tell, did somebody say earlier how many people they expected at any one time to be parked out in front? That 300, has anyone done a study or made projections as to how many of those 300 are coming by car and how many are walking or cycling?
All I know, I've been told by the owner that most of the customer, they're going to be walking because of the circumstances, the location on Main Street, and then there is apartments going to come up, across the street.
So is there anything to back that up other than the owner's
experience?
Yeah. I mean, has there been any study done by somebody who's looked at the nature of the neighborhood and what would be expected?
So the customers for this type of business, people that they are in a hurry, they want to come and grab a drink and a snack and leave.
Yeah.
if they come and driving and they see no parking, they gonna go to the 7-Eleven on the east side of the,
Yeah, and that applies to any store. I mean, that
Yeah,
could apply
so-
to
so
the
they lose that
Diamond
customer,
K. If people
basically.
are coming along, want to go to Diamond K and it's all filled, they'll just keep going.
yeah. So, and they're gonna lose that customer, and that's fine. So that's why by the end of the day, they think that most of the customer will be walking. They will, the customer that comes from the apartment, from the businesses around, and that's how they build this business.
Okay, are you saying they'll be walking because the people who are driving won't be able to get a parking spot?
I'm just assuming if those 4 parking stall in the front of the store.
Well, actually, there's 4 plus there's another 4 on the other side of the telephone.
Yeah, I mean, if those all, filled, basically the customer will be driving by. They're not gonna stop. And they're not gonna park somewhere else and come back because they can go to Trader Joe's and get what they want.
Okay, so what is your, maybe I misheard, but I thought I heard you say at some point that you're expecting there'd be only X number of cars parked out in front at any one time, given the number of customers. Did you not say that? No, okay. So, okay, so I'll leave it at that. I want to pursue another line here. And just to confirm, the business that's involved here operates convenience stores. The business does not own the Circle K brand. The business is a franchisee of Circle K for certain outlets that it operates. Is that correct?
Correct.
But the business does own the Fast Fill brand.
Yes, which is the
And
new brand.
And the business does operate several units now under the Fast Fill brand. Is that correct?
That's what I heard, yes.
Okay.
I think there might be 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
And are all of those Fast Fill brands attached to service stations at the present time?
I believe so. I'm not 100% certain, but I believe they are.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I believe they are.
Okay, so what you're telling us is that the owner owns the Fast Fill brand. The brand now stands for convenience stores attached to service stations. But the owner is now going to put that Fast Fill brand on a standalone store in Lafayette. But what's inside the store is going to be different from what's inside the stores that are attached to filling stations. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes, and what's inside each of the other fast fill stores is a little bit different than each of the others. I mean, this is not a franchise model that is cookie cutter. Each store is designed for the location, but the idea, as Mr. Ibrahim mentioned, is that the owner wants to turn his fast fill brand into generally a higher end convenience store brand. And this will be his first test site to do that and then carry that over to other locations where he will open similar stores.
Okay, are all current Fast Fill stores owned and operated by the applicant, or does the applicant franchise any of these?
They're all owned and operated by the applicant's family business, which is the business that he operates out of the location right next to this proposed store.
Okay, so if I said that I were skeptical that anyone building a brand would have 2 different levels of styles of merchandise, interiors, what would you do to tell me that I'm wrong about that? Tiffany's, you know what you expect when you go into Tiffany's. Just about any brand, a brand is something that you know what to expect. So I'm trying to wrap my head around the fact that when you go into a Fast Fill, you could be going into an upscale Lafayette or something attached to a gas station in Modesto. Nothing wrong with Modesto.
Well, I mean, when we're talking about the fast food brand, he owns it's a trademark that he owns. He has not yet built it out into a uniform brand in the sense that you're describing. This particular store is the first one where he is going to try a higher end approach. The idea being that it's going to be his test site to then use that at other fast food locations in order to then develop a brand. Right now, it's just a trademark that he uses for convenience stores that he, or, through his business, he owns and that are not franchised. At the same time, he also operates Circle K's or, 7-Elevens. They're all very different. So he is adept at operating different stores that fit different locations and different requirements. And this is one that is going to be his, and it will be his, you call it, it's his top of the line test site that he's going to then use to carry over.
Okay, and then just one last follow-up question on what's going to be sold in the store. Mr. Ibrahim's letter talks about, there's 5 bullet points about things will be sold in the store, but that's not, it's limited to those. I take it from.
Those are the general items. I got the list from them.
Okay, but the products will be offered in the store are unique, such as, but I got the impression from other materials that there'd be a full range of other things, potato chips, whatever. It's not going to be these, just these items, correct?
I don't know exactly the details, but that list, I got it from them.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember McCormick.
Great, thank you. I'd like to talk about garbage, if we could. Can you explain how garbage will be handled at the store, at the site?
Okay, so, I'm sorry, here we go. The garbage will be handled, the cart will be carried through the lift and through the store to the outside. And right now, for the office, they do the same thing. The pickup is on Mount Diablo because the garbage truck cannot go down the driveway.
Right.
Yeah.
So I did ask Recycle Smart or Republic Services, who's the garbage landfill recycling provider for this area, what the typical setup is for a convenience store like fast food we're talking about. And the response I got was that typically other convenience stores will have a landfill dumpster, a recycled dumpster, and an organics cart. Typical sizes might be a 2-yard landfill, a 4-yard recycle, since they usually have a lot of cardboard from shipments, and a 64-gallon green cart. And just so you know, a 2-yard dumpster is about 6 feet wide, 6 feet long, and 3 feet, 6 feet long, 3 feet wide, and 4 feet deep or tall. And then a 4-yard one is 6 foot by about 4 feet and then almost 5 feet tall. And then 64-gallon or green can is like we have at home. Are you saying that they're actually going to move the dumpsters up the lift?
I don't think currently for the office, they don't use dumpster. They
That's
use
correct.
this
An office.
96 or 64, I don't know the number, but that's what they're planning to use for the convenience store.
Right. And I did check the dumpster and refuse containers for our other fast convenience stores in town, the 7-Eleven and the Quick Stop, and they had this configuration. They had a 4-yard cart and a 2-yard cart and a 64-gallon bin. And you cannot I would imagine you cannot fit a dumpster up a elevator in the back and through the store.
Not a big dumpster, but it certainly can fit the 96 gallon or the 64.
Right. But I'm hearing from the recycling or the garbage and recycling pickups that that is not a configuration that a convenience store needs. I can let you know because we have a business that we own in town, right? Much less traffic than you have. We don't serve food, we're a service thing, and we have enough recycling to fill the 4-yard dumpster that Republic Services talked about. So why would this convenience store not follow the typical convenience store pattern or any other business?
Well, they will discuss that with the recycle company and they can do, instead of doing 2 service per week, they do like 4 service per week. So their bin will be smaller.
That's not really the way it works. Just because we are a business in town and we know how that works, right? You basically contract with a certain amount. It's going to be served like all the other convenience stores, I would imagine. I also question if you're going to be serving food, coffees and such in the place of business, you would want to drag a bin of any kind through the store. We would not do that in our store, and our refuse is much cleaner than might be in a store that processes food.
There is no consumption of food in the store.
You said there was going to be a coffee bar.
Yeah, coffee bar to purchase the bar and leave.
So there's no seating.
No seating.
We did see seats on the sketch.
Which sketch?
Or didn't we see seats? I saw a bar.
That's pictures that I got from the owner, just example of the interior.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, it's not, no seats inside.
Okay, so you are denying that they will have the same landfill, recycle, and green waste requirements that all the other convenience stores that the garbage company uses. You're saying it won't have that. It'll be less.
What I'm saying is they can increase the services per week. And instead of 2, they can do 4, and they can utilize the bin size that have been utilizing today.
Okay, so let's assume that you'll have the pickups 4 days a week, 5 days a week, 6 days a week. You are going to be, the contention though is you're going to pick it up the elevator and take it through the store.
Yes.
To the front of the store.
In the morning.
And how long is it going to be in the front of the store, do you think?
I don't know. I don't operate the store.
Well, I can tell you.
I'm just an architect.
We have a business, and the business pickup is different than residential pickup. Residential pickup tends to be pretty precise. It comes at 6:30 every Monday, and that's when you get it. Our business pickup ranges between, say, 6 a.m. and 11 a.m. daily when we get ours. We get ours twice a week, like almost every other business that I'm aware of. So you're going to have bins out in front of the store that have green waste, recycle, and garbage out there until it's picked up every day, as you say, or 4 days a week.
That's what they're doing in the business right now. They have those bin when the pickup time, they have it up in the front.
That's right. And I noticed they were actually out in front of the store all day today. Actually,
okay.
They were there when I drove to work, and they were there when I drove home before this meeting. Do you not consider the multiple bins in front of the store having to wait for pickup? Would that not be a nuisance to the local neighborhood?
I don't know how they're going to manage that. I
can't
guess
imagine.
they will make sure that they know when the truck comes and they have the bin there.
But I can tell you, we don't know when the truck comes.
Well, I don't know about them.
But I know because we get the pickup, and we know we never know when it comes. Okay, well, that's all. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Okay, no other questions? I have a question for the transportation engineer related to the use of 20-foot vehicles for delivery. And I know that in one of your submissions, you had a drawing to show how that could be done to behind the building and done a turnaround. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so is the 20-foot vehicle like the total length, or is it a 20-foot box truck that has, another 6-foot cab that may be 26 feet?
The 20-foot is the total length of the delivery truck.
Okay. And what did the owner, and I saw that this was asked in some previous meetings at the Planning Commission, but that the owner, because the owner's in the business of convenience stores and so forth, they have the ability to plan and ask vendors to use these smaller trucks. So is that, and I wanted to know the likelihood that would be adhered to, and that therefore your design was going to work 100% of the time? Or is there such a thing where the vendor comes along with a much bigger truck and then, that's just how it is?
So usually the owners, depending on depending on the complexity of the site, they make an arrangement with the suppliers to to deliver the goods in a specific type of vehicles. So the proposed site does not have a capacity or capability to handle big rigs, which is a 40-feet truck. The site won't allow.
What is the maximum? You did the calculation for a 20-foot. Could it go to 22 or 24, 26 or 28?
We will have to check into it. But for right now, the way the site is designed is to have delivery trucks not exceeding 20 feet.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Can I elaborate on this?
Sure.
So we had the discussion with the property owner. He is gonna enforce all his suppliers to use 20-foot truck. Even when we were proposing the Circle K, he'll be able to do that, and he will be committing to do it.
got it. Thank you very much. And speaking of deliveries, I've heard a number from 2 to 4 times a week or 3 to 4 times a week. Do you have an idea of what times of day, given that the owner lives in the building next door, he's been there for decades, what time would he think is the best time for deliveries to happen?
Usually deliveries come when, they schedule, there is not much traffic.
When is that?
Mid of the day, mostly, but I cannot give you the schedule of the deliveries.
Okay.
But the owner is next door and he's monitoring this thing. And he went through this process with the city of Lafayette since 2021. So he will be enforcing all that.
Okay, very good. And speaking of opening hours, I've actually heard some different numbers, and I just wanted to clarify once and for all. Is the hours from 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. or is it from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m.?
I don't recall the condition of approval. What is it?
It's 5 a.m. to 11 p.m. opening closing times, and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. are delivery times.
Okay, say that again, please.
5 a.m. to 11 p.m. opening and closing, and 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. are delivery hours.
Okay, thank you for clarifying, because on the conditions of approval, item 8, it says the general hours of operation shall be limited to 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So
That is correct. That is a condition of approval that staff is recommending.
And we will comply with the
He
condition.
stated what they are currently proposing. What staff is recommending is in the conditions of approval.
And we'll comply with what staff is recommending.
Okay, so thank you for explaining the difference. The applicant had proposed 5 to 11, staff is proposing 7 to 11, but the applicant is willing to change to 7 to 11.
Correct.
Oh, all right, thank you for clarifying. I think if that's it for questions, then we will go next to public comment. However, since we ordinarily take a break every 2 hours and it's already 2.5 hours, we will have a break now for 5 minutes before we come back. And at that point, we will invite the public to make comments. So it's the time is 9:32. We'll come back at 9:37. to convene shortly. All right, thank you very much. So we're still on item number 12A, the public hearing, and we are at the point where we're City Council welcoming public comment of up to 3 minutes.
Okay, so my first speaker is Ann McGrath, who is ceding time to Bill McGrath. So can I get 6 minutes on the timer? And Mr. McGrath, you can speak now.
Hello, this is Bill McGrath. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Members of the City Council, good evening. My name is Bill McGrath. I'm one of 3 members of the McGrath family that are the second generation that owns Diamond K. Somewhere in the audience, my sister, Ann McGrath Coleman, is here. She's our vice president. I'll ask her to wave. She may have met you when we were there earlier in March. We're here. I'm sorry I can't be there. I'm in a trial in Reno, Nevada, because I'm a lawyer, and I can't be there tonight in person. At the suggestion of the city staff, I wrote that long letter, and I apologize for the length of that letter. And I appreciate Councilman Anduri saying that you read everything that's submitted. And I'm sorry that I gave you so much information, but this is an important issue to Diamond K. I've looked at and I participated in both planning commission meetings. I wish you could have been there to hear the thoughtful comments from the public as well as the commissioners as they spoke and ultimately rejected this application on a 4-to-1 vote. It was, I'm sure, painful for the owner of the business, who's a nice gentleman. It's just that the business he's proposing at this location is going to require too many traffic trips, too many daily traffic trips when there's only 3 regular parking places in front, plus 4 more over in front of Diamond K. There's only 7 parking spots here. The circle, first of all, when it was called Circle K, we wanted to point out that the K is a simple coincidence. Diamond K has nothing to do with Circle K. It's the original owner's last name was Kiesel with a K. I do want to point out that we're worried and we're very surprised that the city staff did not follow the recommendation that came from the Planning Commission. I realize there can be disagreements, but I thought the Planning Commission gave this a very thorough review. I sent a very detailed letter. I don't want to cover each of the issues, but I do want to point out that I was shocked when I first read the traffic report, which on page 4 talks about 614 daily trips. Now, Councilman Anduri asked the question, what's the difference? And when you look at page 22 of the traffic report, and this is a good company, this is a reputable traffic expert. They read the traffic manual and use the manual, and they've concluded there are 1,574 daily trips. Now, the reason they're talking 614 or 1,574 is because if you're at the Lafayette Reservoir and you're driving through Lafayette to go to the Lafayette Library and you decide to stop in at the convenience market, they don't count that because it's what they call a pass-through stop. But Diamond K counts it because that's a new car pulling into a diagonal parking spot that is just 4 doors down from our front door of our store. And there's only 7 parking spots there. So there's 1,574 people parking there, even though they talk 600 because they discount it. I guess that's 600 trips to the convenience market, and then you drive home. But what's more important, I know the owner believes it's only going to have 300, but the experts say differently, and that's the record you have in front of you and the Planning Commission relied on. Let me also talk about parking in the rear. There are legal parking spots in the rear of the building, but the city has decided we don't want anyone driving back there to take those legal parking spots. to use the elevator to go in the back door. They instead have forced all 1,574 parking station daily trips to park in 3 parking spots or the 4 parking spots in front of my business, which frankly will fill up. In my letter, I did the math. If you divide 1,574 by 18 hours or now 16 hours, you're talking about literally 90 some odd parking 90 parking trips each hour. And if you talk about prime hours, it's 2 per minute. And frankly, all the parking will fill up is our concern, leaving no parking. I know the architect, the nice gentleman, said, well, if there's no parking, people will drive on. It's no big deal. It is to my business. I need every single customer to keep my doors open. I'm sorry, I don't get 17 or 1,500 customers coming by Diamond K. If my parking is full, my customers, who are wonderful people who've been in our store for 88 years, they drive on. I also want to talk about the U-turn. If the traffic expert says 60% of the traffic will come from the east, which means they have to drive above north of the island, the landscaped island, then make a U-turn in front of my store, which I don't believe I see people make U-turns there all the time. I don't think there's a no U-turn sign. If they had to go down to this traffic light, that might make it easier. But this is going to add 900 U-turns in front of my store, which is going to clog westbound traffic, and it's going to have to merge into crowded eastbound traffic where there's a narrow 2 lanes and a bike lane. The final comment I really want to make is one other comment I want to make is diagonal parking. My mother, God bless her.
If you could summarize and conclude.
Well, could I use my sister's 3 minutes? She gave me an additional 3 minutes.
I think that was that 6 minutes?
Was 6 minutes.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was 6
Real,
minutes.
real quickly, my mother used to back out of those diagonal parking spots whenever she was there, and it would scare us to death because all we would hear is loud honking from people in the traffic lanes, and she would just back out and then drive on. And everybody at this
Thank you.
Is going to have that. And the last comment I was going to make is, I believe that you cannot, as the conscience of the community, make findings A and E. This is going to be
All right.
a mess.
We're going to
Thank you.
have to wrap up here. We're going to have to wrap up. So thank you very much for your comments. And we did get your letters. And so those were very thorough, and your commentary is also understood. Thank you very much for calling in from Reno. Are there any questions from council members?
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. First, do you have employee parking spaces on your property?
We are in the process of, I guess, the southeast corner. We have cleared out the area to provide for employee parking in our backyard. We have not had employee parking in the past, but we will commit that we will provide employee parking so our employees will not take up these parking spots.
Okay, so are your employees now parking in front of the building?
Yes, they have been parking in front of the building over the last several years, but now that this issue has come up, we have already cleared out the area behind our building for employee parking.
Okay, and then my next question, how many customers per day do you have? And and just to confirm, you're open Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 3:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct. You know, I can't give you a daily count. I can tell you that our numbers have been fairly routine. I would venture to say we might have 100 customers a day, maybe as many as 150 on some Mondays when a lot of landscapers appear and get the materials for their week. But we don't have hundreds of people parking. Generally, they're in the store for 20 minutes max. We say hello, we greet them, and then they buy their supplies, and then they're out the door.
Okay, but generally they park in the spaces in front of the store.
Correct. We want those spaces open for the customers. Because we have a lot of senior customers. I hate to say that. A lot of our customers have been in Lafayette a long time and have been our patrons for a long time. But the bottom line is that we just want to have, the gentleman says it's no big deal if the traffic parking spots are full. We want the parking spots open for our customers, and we don't want them buying Slurpees next door. I don't know if they sell Slurpees. Coffee next door.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? No? Okay, if not, thank you very much, sir. Let's go to the next public speaker.
The next public speaker is Hossein Safari. Oh. Next public speaker will be Andy Betts, followed by Trudy Moore.
Greetings, everybody.
Welcome.
I guess first up, we were originally talking about the trucks. I have a little bit experience with trailers. Trailers come in as a standard 20 feet, 28 feet, 40, 45, 48, and 54. So a 20-foot trailer is pretty standard. That's just the trailer. Coming in tonight, drove by 7-Eleven. There's a truck and trailer, delivery trailer, straight backed into 7-Eleven, straddling the sidewalk so that people walking have to actually go out into the street to get it to go around the truck. And that's kind of what we run into with Trader Joe's, as we've talked about before. They've got to do crazy stuff to pull a truck up on Mountain View, back into the parking lot, pull back out on the Mountain View, then back into their space alongside parked cars and people walking all over. Really dangerous. We got the same thing. Diamond K also has their larger deliveries with bigger rocks, pallets of brick, whatever, will park alongside them actually on the sidewalk, and you've got a forklift going back and forth on the sidewalk. So we've already got enough of those in our neighborhood. You've already mentioned Starbucks, which is also known to park in the middle of the street, and nobody seems to be able to write them up. Going down the danger side of it, Wikipedia shows that in some cities, convenience store crime has become such a problem that special task forces have been created, or some stores have had to be completely closed down. Wikipedia.org, looking up convenience store crime. Another note, number of robberies in the United States in 2022 by location, convenience stores was listed as number 4 on the list, 10,751, and it's increased in 23. So I disagree completely with what the chief said. That's not what the internet and what a lot of these stats, this last stat was from statista.com. So it's not, that shows that there's a lot more that is actually on the internet. There is stats that have been shown, and a lot of them from the FBI. So you guys hit the head on the garbage can. I don't know how they're going to do that. As a business owner, my cans are almost impossible to move at 3 yards and 4 yards. So that's all I got.
Thank you very much. Are there questions from council? Nope. The next speaker then?
So next speaker is Trudy Moore, followed by Nicole Garrett.
Hello, my name is Trudy Moore, and I'm a homeowner nearby, and I'm speaking both as a homeowner nearby next door, but also as the president of our HOA, the Lafayette Mountain View HOA. There are many reasons why all of our homeowners of the HOA object to the convenience store, but I'm just going to address one issue, which is crime. And if you can put this up, the first page. There's a well-established correlation between convenience stores and crime. The FBI reported that for the year 2019, convenience store robberies made up 6.6% of all robberies. In a multi-state study funded by the Department of Justice, convenience store robberies had near the highest prevalence of workplace homicide. That's the red section that you see there. These stores are common targets for armed robberies due to their accessibility, cash on hand, and easy getaways. Here in Lafayette, it's a straight shot onto the freeway through the tunnel for criminals, something we've become all too familiar with in recent years. These pursuits endanger the community, the roads, and they're a terrible disturbance of the peace. Second page. These types of robberies are nearly always armed robberies, bringing armed criminals into the area and endangering the safety of citizens, both in the commission of the robbery and the subsequent escape. Desperate criminals escape at high speeds, crash cars, and will jump into the backyards of homeowners when being pursued. In just the last year, the 7-Eleven on the other side of town has been robbed at gunpoint twice. I'm going to give you some statistics here, which are in the sheet that you can read later. Okay, September 11th, 2022, thieves tried to steal the ATM at the KWIK Stop Shop in Lafayette. December 9th, 2022, a group believed to be 6 males wearing COVID-style masks and hoodies swarmed an employee at the 7-Eleven store on Pleasant Hill Road in Pleasant Hill at 4:57 p.m., then struck at the Lafayette 7-Eleven at 3347 Mount Diablo Boulevard at 5:22 a.m. May 5th, 2023, we're getting closer in time here. A crew of armed robberies robbed the 7-Eleven store of 3347 Mount Diablo Boulevard early Saturday, brandishing guns and making off with several $100s in cash and store merchandise. The trio, all armed with handguns, struck at 12:53 a.m. No injuries reported. Okay, then we get closer in time. February 17th, 2024. 2 men entered the Lafayette 7-Eleven on Mount Diablo Boulevard Saturday, one purchasing an item to get the clerk to open the till, with a second man coming in and stealing an undetermined amount of cash. Last sentence. While it sounds comforting that the very nice owner works next door, neither his presence nearby nor cameras in the store, can stop crime going on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Any questions from council? No? All right, our next speaker.
Next speaker, Nicole Garrett. Hippo? Hoppy. Sorry. And that's followed by Jennifer Sutherland.
Hi, so I'm actually live on the west side and I walk this space probably once or twice a week, so I'm really familiar with what's going on. Although I'm not here for this, just happened to be something I am concerned about now. And I think there's a big safety issue on the pedestrian side as you, there's a blind corner, that driveway that goes down where there's the parking lot. I mean, if that's gonna be a super busy space where the garbage and the deliveries and people, I mean, it's, you can hardly, in a car, in the safety of a car, back out and get in there, let alone if you're a human crossing over. So I have a major concern about that. I have a major concern about what's being sold. This is a big family community. I don't like the hours. I don't like that open until 11 o'clock. Everything closes in Lafayette super early. Makes it really hard for the kids to purchase items they shouldn't be purchasing illegally. And I remember something about the smoke shop that was down in Lafayette in the downtown area, and there was a ban on e-cigarettes or something. I don't know what it was, but my concern is selling these cigarettes at this shop as well for our kids, because as soon as this comes up, you know, it's a nice place for them to go. So those are my main concerns: safety, hours, what they're going to be selling. And I don't really feel like it's a community builder place. By the pictures that I saw, it didn't even look like they did much to the outside. It's like there's not much aesthetic to the design. So that's kind of a bummer too, especially with that beautiful new place that's being put up to the side, the condos. So that's it.
Thank you. Any comments from council members? All right, thank you for being here. Our next speaker.
Jennifer Sutherland, followed by Nicole. Oh, that was you. Okay. She'll be followed by Cheryl McDonald.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Sutherland. I live at 3661 Mount Diablo Boulevard. I encourage you to continue to deny the application of the Circle K Fast Fill project at 3667 Mount Diablo. To approve this application, the City Council must make findings for a land use permit as described below. A land use permit may be granted only when the proposed land use, A, is not detrimental to the health and safety and general welfare of the city. This project is detrimental to the health and safety and general welfare of the city. This project is a detriment to the neighborhood surrounding the proposed business. It also affects the general welfare of the city with the other small businesses that are close by. Think of Panache and 360 Burrito. B, will not adversely affect the orderly development of property within the city. It will adversely affect the development of the property within the city. I know that they are quote unquote exempt from CEQA due to them stating that it is a commercial building being replaced by another commercial building, but it's an office building that is that's not becoming another office building. It's becoming a grocery store. If the owner really wants to open a Circle K fast fill in Lafayette, the old Walgreens is open. Go there. If the store is replacing a store that's actually in a downtown area, I could have supported that. E, will not create a nuisance or enforcement problems within the neighborhood. It is a nuisance to have a business in this open until 11 p.m. It will be a nuisance for deliveries to the neighbors. If I ask you, if you haven't, go and look at the driveway that they plan to have deliveries go down. If I'm correct, it stated that it was 11 feet by 6. That's how small it is. I believe the measurements of the driveways are very generous. Look how close the trucks will be next to the building. Garbage will be a nuisance because they'll be blocking parking multiple times a week because they can't go down the driveway. The Circle K fast fill will be a nuisance. Also, if you're in this area at 9 p.m., not much is going on because it is at the edge of a residential area. F, will not encourage marginal development within the neighborhood. It will. Where we live is on the border of downtown and residential. This project is creating sprawl of the downtown area. G, it is consistent with the purpose section of the zoning district in which it was located. While I know this property is zoned for commercial, like I said before, it is currently an office building. It's not being replaced by another office building. In previous documents, Mr. Ibrahim stated that the owner owns many Circle Ks and has experience with them. This is why they want to open a Circle K here, and they think it's going to be very successful. There is a residential project coming across the street,
Thank you very
66
much.
condos.
If you could
very
just
much.
summarize.
I'm not going to make I live in that neighborhood. I'm not making quick stops there. I'm going to Trader Joe's, I'm going to CVS, or I'm going to Diablo
you.
Foods. Not
Thank you
here.
very much. Thank you for coming. Any questions from council? No? All right. The next speaker? Cheryl McDonald?
Next people's, yes, Cheryl McDonald, followed by my last speaker slip, Paula Hensley.
Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Well, my first comment is, wow, I have to follow her. She did a great job explaining a lot of what a lot of the residents are feeling. The Planning Commission, as Vice Mayor mentioned, did an amazing job. 2 meetings, deliberated really hard, thought about this very seriously, and I really think that the recommendation that they came up with after 2 meetings, first meeting without residents, second meeting with residents, came up with a 4-to-1 vote in denial of this. They thought really hard. They were well-rounded, and the chair actually works in this field. And so I think his views really count as to what's going to happen with the delivery trucks. They mentioned 1 and 5 A&E. Sorry. I'm having issues. Sorry about this. So I think a lot of people are going to end up going to CVS and all the stores that were previously mentioned. And I think this should be denied and follow the Planning Commission's recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council? No? The next speaker then?
Next speaker is Paula Hensley.
Thank
Welcome.
you very much. Again, my name is Paula Hensley. I did send in a letter.
objecting to this appeal by the owners of Circle K Fast Fill. Of course, there's an objection too, because again, the issue about fast fill and some of the facts, or I shall say suppositions, speculation by the appellant here, a lot of that was not even presented to the Planning Commission. So, procedurally, that strikes me as a little unusual, but we strongly oppose and object to this permit proposal. Number one, this type of mini mart or convenience store is not a service that is essential to this residential area. I did take note that the staff report, which of course I was disappointed in as well as others, there was a lot of broad brush and in my mind, a lot of limitation of actual facts that could be verified in that report as presented this evening. But there seems to be nothing that I've heard from the owner in the staff report or the owner making this proposal, this appeal, that would indicate that there is any change in terms of the Planning Commission's view that this convenience store, this mini mart, would in fact be detrimental to the health, safety, and the welfare of this area of Lafayette. It may be mixed commercial use, but in fact, it is highly residential, as we know from the Lennar project that is not yet complete across the street from this address, as we know from the condominiums that are up on the hill and sort of to the west of the Lennar project, as well as the residents of Lafayette Mountain View Homeowner Association, of which I'm a member, and other speakers here tonight were as well. I've spoken with everyone. We are strongly opposed. Our residents is directly abuts the property of this proposed convenience store. We are right behind it. We are contiguous with what would be an area with heavy trucks, loading, unloading. It would be impossible to control the vendors, even though there may be some idea that is being presented tonight by the applicant or the appellant that, oh, sure, we could control it. Number one, the size of the truck. I find that actually very surprising that that could be enforced. To number two, anyone that works in retail knows that vendors deliver, notwithstanding maybe some suggestion by an owner that a delivery should only occur at a certain date or time or hour. Items will be delivered.
Thank you. If you could summarize.
I will summarize. The changes in the hours from 7 to 11.
I mean, wrap up, if you could wrap up.
I will. Again, we are opposed. I incorporate all the objections that were presented
Thank you very
so
much.
well by others.
Thank you for being here.
Okay.
Any questions from the council? No? Are there any other speakers online?
I'm just going to ask if there's anybody in the virtual audience that would like to speak on this item. Please raise your hand. Virtual hand. I don't see any hands raised.
Don't see any hands. All right. In that case, we will give the applicant 5 minutes for a rebuttal statement.
Okay, in the break, I just spoke with the owner and I just want to answer some of the questions that I wasn't clear about. There is no vaping going to be sold in the store. And there is no hard liquor. And regarding the garbage, he's been using currently 96 gallon and he will continue using that size and he increased the number to 4. And he think it is going to be enough for him. And I heard from the neighbors that the store that we are proposing could be substituted by Trader Joe's or Safeway or other stores. The customer type for Safeway, Trader Joe's is different than the customer size for this store. This store for the customer that don't have time. They have 5 minutes to get in, get a milk or a drink or some snack and leave. If you try to do that going to Trader Joe's, you need 15 minutes. So with that said, The west side of Lafayette, there is no convenience store. The east side, it has a convenience store. So this will be convenient for the resident that they're gonna come up and live in those apartments. A lot of people gonna need to walk in across the street, get something and come back. You wanna go ahead?
Yeah, I'd like to address some of the issues that were raised by the public. There were comments about crime. I think we would all agree that the Lafayette Police Chief is more authoritative about crime issues than anybody else here. And the fact that he is not concerned, he has better data than any of us. I think that's an important point to note. With regard to parking, of course, parking cannot be a consideration for denial of the project. I know Mr. McGrath made much of that. I do want to point out, though, that nobody has mentioned this, but there will be parking across the street in the westbound lane with a crosswalk once the light goes in. And so that will be available parking for people going by as well, and they can walk right across and frequent the convenience store. In terms of the customer base, it will serve the housing going in across the street, as well as folks, and this is what the traffic report is referring to, people driving through this part or that part of Lafayette, for example, either driving to, riding their bikes to, or walking to and from the reservoir. That's another customer base that will be served by this store rather than the larger grocery stores that are just up the street from it. And with regard to Mr. McGrath's comments, he estimated that his store gets about 100 customers a day. That's in line, I believe, with my client's estimate that his store will have about 300 customers a day. And so while there's the traffic data that has its numbers, you have to also keep that, also consider the actual data for this particular type of store that my client operates and has good data for. So that limits the traffic impact there. And then finally, let's not lose sight of the fact that this project has been designed from the outset to ensure that deliveries will be off-street. It will have the loading zone in the back in order to ensure that there is no double parking in front of the store. Unfortunately, the stores that are brought up, that are raised in the comments, are ones that do not have that type of a solution. Additionally, the issue of large trucks will not be a problem because we will ensure that we're only using small trucks. It's the only way that it's going to work. So traffic solutions are built into the project from the outset. And if there are any other questions or anything specific, I'm happy to address it.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify what your opening statement, which is important. You're saying there's no vaping. I'm assuming you mean no e-cigarettes?
Correct. No vaping products, no e-cigarette products.
But there will be regular cigarettes.
There will be regular cigarettes. And there will
you
also be
said
no hard liquor.
No hard liquor. So you'll have beer and wine, but no hard liquor.
Beer and wine, no hard liquor. And my client he'd like to carry call it a higher end mix of wines. So, and beers from local breweries as well. Right. That's the intent.
Perfect. And then thank you very much. It's very, very helpful. And then the other thing on the delivery side, you have multiple brands coming in on your deliveries, but you say it's a one truck. I'm kind of curious how that's going to work, because typically unless you go just through one distributor that's got all the brands that the store is going to carry, or how are you going to be able to control the kind of the pace of deliveries?
I think there are some distributors that will be providing multiple products, so that will limit the number of vendors that will be used, and arrangements will be made with any and all vendors to ensure that they only deliver with smaller trucks.
Right.
Given that my client's business, that he operates a number of convenience stores around the state, he's got good relationships with vendors to where he can enter into contracts with them that require them to meet certain conditions.
Right, but you did say there could be different products than you sell in your other stores, right? So wouldn't that imply different vendors? There could be unique products, high-end Napa wines, all the stuff that isn't in the.
Okay, so we indicated that our client has been in this business this business for a long time. And he has, you know, a wide relationship with vendors.
Mhm.
He told us that he will make his special deliveries to the store with a truck 20 feet long. It's not gonna be a trailer, it's a truck. So that's gonna be a GMC type 2500
Right.
or so, you know, that size that can go in the back.
Okay.
Yes.
In my experience with other stores, the relationships are with distributors, and the distributors will have a menu of different quality items or
Okay.
levels of quality that you can order. That's a solution.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? I had a question. Just could you restate on the garbage? There was the 96 gallons. Did you say times 4 or what?
Yeah, he said he can increase the number like to 4, and he can make this work.
So like 4 recycling bins and 4
No,
landfill bins?
total 4.
The total are
Total 4, and they have, you know, they stack the bins like other businesses on Lafayette do, you know, at the time of delivery.
okay. Thank you for clarifying.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So with that, if there are no other questions from council, then we will close the public hearing and we'll bring it back for discussion by the council.
May I just address the garbage question? real
Okay.
quick? And I just want to make a point because a question was asked whether placing garbage cans out front for delivery would constitute a nuisance. And in addition to, Mr. Ibrahim points out that other businesses do that. That is a fact that normal, unless you have a large industrial sized bin, the normal course of things is for garbage cans to be rolled out to the curb and placed waiting for the garbage service to come pick them up. Often they're rolled out in the beginning of the day, sometimes the night before, and they sit there, you know, throughout business districts and residential neighborhoods all over the United States until they get picked up later that day. So it's a normal course of events. It's not a nuisance. It's how things get done. And as long as they're kept in a sanitary way, they're not overflowing, there is no nuisance being caused there.
All right. Thank you very much. As we move to so let's close the public hearing and we'll move to deliberations. And I wanted to ask staff, Anna, in your PowerPoint presentation, there was a slide about the findings, A through such and forth. I wanted to see if you could bring that up onto the screen. And just so that today we've heard a lot of public comments about a very wide range of issues. Council members have brought up a very, very wide range of issues also. Some of those issues that we've heard today and that we've talked about may or may not be relevant to the business at hand here, which is to look at the legal issues around these findings here. So I just wanted, as a reminder, to see that we're talking about a land use permit, and could it be granted only when the proposed land use complies with these conditions here? So I would just try to have us keep on target for the issues and remember that some of the things we talked about are business decisions that the owner can make, like their branding is not something that's a finding here, I think. So with that, I would invite fellow council members who would like to start.
Actually, I have a couple of questions for staff. Did the developer of the Brant ever provide a comment on this project or on this application?
No, but they were notified of the hearings.
Okay. In terms of, I asked if the residential project across the street, if the developer of that project had provided any input on this application. And the answer is no, they had opportunity, but they did not. In terms of the Brant development, my understanding is that on the northwest corner of Mount Diablo Boulevard in Dolores, that space will be a brew pub. Is that correct? And my understanding is that they applied to the Planning Commission for a change so that they could have more outdoor space because part of the indoor space was going to be taken up with the brew part of the brew pub. Is that correct?
The tenant, the
Yeah.
brewery and restaurant did apply to the Design Review Commission for some modifications to the exterior, and they did expand their outdoor seating beyond what was previously
Okay.
approved.
And is it correct that we have no parking requirement for that restaurant?
The project was approved prior to AB 2097 going into effect. So the project does provide parking for the residential component and the commercial component in a garage below the buildings.
Okay, and did the tenant's application for the brew pub, is there a specification of hours for the brew pub? I'm thinking of, that's part of a residential building. This is an original area. What were the hours allowed or requested for the brew pub?
It was purely a design application, given that the use is a permitted use by right. So there was not a discussion, to my knowledge, about hours of operation.
Okay, well, does that mean they can have any hours of operation?
I would need to refer to the code for hour limitations on restaurant uses.
Okay.
I
Okay,
think experientially, they tend to close on the earlier side and certainly by 11.
yep. Okay, and then the other commercial space at the Brandt, has that been, is there a tenant for that?
The more westerly,
Yes.
smaller space, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And my understanding is that the applicant cannot provide customer parking in the back, correct?
The applicant's project engineer recommended against using the rear parking lot for employees, and staff are recommending a condition to disallow public parking in the rear lot.
Right,
Apologize.
so we're not allowing them to customer. Park. If Diamond K wanted to have a customer parking on their off-street parking on their property, would there be any restriction on doing that?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay,
And just to be clear, the rationale behind restricting customer parking behind the subject application building is because that the driveway is too narrow for two-way traffic.
yeah, understood, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, and the parking in front of the Brandt that's on the north side of the street, what was the anticipated usage of that parking? Was there what was the discussion of that? Who is expected to use that parking?
Public street parking.
Yeah, public street parking to support the brew pub, the second commercial space, visitors to the building, and any public parking use.
Okay, and the parking lot for Desco Plaza, is it correct to say that that cannot be used by customers of other businesses?
It is private property.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Other comments?
So we need to start the discussion.
Yes.
I can start. I still have significant concerns about the garbage. I know this may seem like a small point, but I have a hard time getting across what that's going to mean for the conditions of the property. If he insists that he will not use that the applicant will not use dumpsters as recommended, as is typical, and use bins, then the numbers of bins goes up dramatically. The 2-yard dumpster, which is standard for convenience stores, goes up to 4 96-gallon bins, and the 4-yard dumpster, which is also standard for convenience stores, goes up to 8 bins. So we're talking about 12 96-gallon bins, not including green waste, that the applicant is saying is either going to be every day or 3 times a week, 4 times a week. That is a significant number of cans lined up there. I have serious doubts that are you going to pull the bins through the store? We would not pull our bins through our house. Why would you pull your bins through a store where people are getting coffee and pastries and whatever? It seems impossible that it would be the case, which the alternative would be go up and down the driveway, which is dangerous and recommended against. And the other successful convenience stores we see in town have dumpsters set to the side of the stores where you have easy access for the Republic Services trucks. And that is how restaurants are doing it. That is how convenience stores are doing it. That is the best practice. I see no evidence that the nature of the property does not allow the proper disposal of garbage, of recycling, and of green waste. And there's a significant amount in any business, much less one that's dealing with food, that it expires, has to be thrown out regularly, and it's a significant concern that, unfortunately, the nature of the building and the thought that you're going to having 16 cans going up and down this elevator on the back of the building multiple times every day, you back and forth in the middle of the day, seems suspect.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilmember Kendall.
I really appreciate you bringing up the garbage, and I'm laughing. Cheryl McDonald is the one that brings up garbage at every new, residential project we face. Well, what are we doing with the garbage? And so for some reason, we didn't really consider it on this one. And we do for all our housing projects. And then for this commercial project, we kind of missed it. So I'm thankful that you brought that up. I think the solution is, I've read this as a de novo hearing. And so I read this thing, cold, then went back and looked at the planning commission stuff. And the only words that I can come up with this site is that it's too constrained. And I have a really hard time, and the garbage thing just puts it over the top, right? And that, I don't think it's not just not right. I don't think it's sanitary, right, to be dragging garbage. They may not even be allowed. That would be a health and safety thing that we would definitely want to go. It's not nice, which up here, and it's probably not healthy. And the site is just so constrained that, I have trouble with at least 2 of the findings. And when I read the planning commission's, all their notes and all their deliberation, I went, yeah, they're feeling about the same way as I am about this site. And I'm sad about that. I'm not happy with that decision. I love adding new businesses to our town. I want to. But this particular site for this particular use just seems way too constrained to make it work and function correctly and safely for everybody here in Lafayette.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to come back to you both to ask you which item you feel that garbage is under, because we have.
I'd put it under A. And then I would put it under A, health and safety.
Okay, and council member.
Correct. I mean, A would be the one. I mean, I was originally thinking it as a nuisance. The applicant makes a point that there is garbage cans out in front, so there's a nuisance. I think 2 garbage cans out in front may not be a nuisance. I worry a dozen garbage cans or 8 or however may be considered just difficult to get into the store, because you can't go westbound because you have the driveway and east is the door. But A would be my candidate for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Nduri?
Let me just ask some follow-up questions on this, because we're the ones, the city is requiring that the bins be brought through the store, correct? That's not something that the applicant proposed.
Yes.
Condition of approval, number 11. Bins shall be kept behind the store in the designated storage area. Bins shall not be stored in front of the store unless for pickup. Bins shall be taken up the lift and through the store to keep employees out of the drive aisle.
Yeah, that's consistent with, again, recommendations from the project's traffic engineer to not use the drive aisle for anything other than entering and exiting vehicles.
Okay.
And
All
so
right.
the, Councilmember, the condition is predicated on what the applicant's proposal was. So we did not initiate that. We are mimicking what the proposal is to memorialize that in the conditions of approval.
Okay, so for my fellow council members, what happens in the store, is that your concern? Because it would seem to me that's, I mean, people bringing the bins through the store.
That, for me, that's part of my
See that
concern.
as a safety, health and safety issue, or?
Since it's a safety issue because they shouldn't be dragging it up the steep driveway on the outside.
Oh, no, they're not doing that.
I know, that's what I mean, but that is, where the problem lies, is that they're going to be dragging it through the store.
Yeah.
Because they're not supposed to be going
Well,
up.
right, but dragging through the store, how is?
I cannot imagine that, 3-day-old garbage cans coming through the store. I saw chairs, I saw a coffee bar, I see food, possibly being served there. And I don't know of any other store that drags their garbage cans through their store.
Right, but is that, inside the store, is that our issue? I mean, is that a actual health concern, or is that, something, I agree, that's not the
Right.
greatest
Maybe I can get help from
customer
our,
service or whatever. I would think it's more, well, and then I'm going to get to it. Your concern, Councilmember McCormick, I assume, is the number of bins that will be sitting out on the sidewalk?
That's correct. That's kind of the nuisance side. I mean, there's two sides. There's the health and safety, and then there's a nuisance side where I think they're underestimating. I've heard nothing that would not lead me to believe they would have the same requirements as all the other convenience stores in town. They're underestimating the volume. If we are preventing, rightfully so for safety reasons, trying to drag large dumpsters or bins up that steep driveway, then you have to go through the store. And I don't see how that's, so they're either, and then when they're in front of the store, they can be there for an extended period of time because of the irregularities of business pickup. It's a different service than residential pickup that cannot be anticipated, unfortunately. And so you've got a significant number, either lots of bins. I mean, you couldn't even do a dumpster, but you'd have, so the applicant is probably correct. You probably may have to go with bins, but there'd just be a lot of them.
Okay, so most businesses have the bins in the back and the pickup can take place in the back?
That's correct. On the side, I mean, our business does, the restaurants do, the other convenience stores in town do. There's a separate enclosed area that can either kind of be rolled, they roll out and then they are emptied and rolled back into the enclosed area.
Okay, and so the applicant has said we don't want to allow the pickup trucks to go to the back of the store.
Republic Services requires a minimum of 12 feet clearance for their trucks.
Okay.
It wouldn't
this
fit.
is coming back to the constrained site.
That's great. I did check on the trucks where if it was possible for the garbage trucks to go down. And they said, you're right. I mean, we have, their trucks are 12 feet wide and we have basically an 11-foot entrance. It is not physically possible. And they need more clearance than most to back up. They will not do anything where they have to back up. And so there's not enough room down below anyway, even if they could get down there to properly reorient the truck to exit, much less the pedestrian safety coming in and out of that.
Councilmember Anduri, do you have further questions or
Nope.
do you want to make a comment?
Nope.
No, okay. Then I'll speak on this item. It looks like we've got garbage, and no particular comment here. First of all, as I said earlier, I, like Councilmember Kendall, view this as a de novo hearing. And so we look at it from the get-go, but I also watched and read through the Planning Commission's work, and I do feel that they raised and discussed pretty much every pertinent issue. They had a very, very robust discussion and intelligent discussion on many of the differing views, a lot of which came up during this session here. And I think they struggled with coming to an agreement on how to vote on this matter, but they did come down to like A and E, I believe, and some of the key issues being parking and perhaps the trucks parking in front and creating a nuisance. And so on those matters, and I also came into this really not wanting to listen and hear out the whole case. I really did not know how I was going to vote before I came in here. And listening to the conversations here, I think some of the conversations really are the applicant's decision to run their business in a certain way. And it's quite challenging. This location to do this type of thing is challenging, but is it legal, right? And I try to just wear the lens of, is this a legal use of the space by an owner of the building? They have a right to do things. And if the city allows things to be done, then if these are permissible uses, then it's really not my business of what you're going to sell in the store. You know, it's not what you're going to name your store. I mean, I might have an opinion, but it's really up to the applicant to decide what to name it, whether it's high end, low end. To me, that's really not, it's really whether it complies or not and whether it meets the city's general plan. And staff has opined that, at least from the metrics it's looking at, it does meet those. It meets the general plan. It is what they're planning to sell, and the hours that they have are all legally compliant. So that's really what I'm just trying to focus on. What are the legal rights of this owner to do on their property? And do they, is any of the activities contemplated, does it infringe on A through G to the point that it would be a problem? And you know, the problem with the words like create a nuisance, it's relative because, you know, the delivery, it's the word nuisance, which the Planning Commission also struggled with, of what is the definition of a nuisance, I think is really where it comes to interpretation, like Mr. Wolf said. And I would say that to me, the word nuisance is relative to everybody else that's running a business on Mount Diablo Boulevard. So there are trucks that are parking in the middle of the street and blocking it, and this applicant has already, on that front, made extra efforts to put it behind, right? So I feel like they're going over and above probably everybody else on the street who might be blocking to accommodate for that. So I don't think that we should, you know, when I saw the conditions of approval that you must use the back, I sort of say, well, is that what we're telling everybody else on Mount Diablo? And are we going to require that of every future applicant that comes to us, that if you had it on the back, you would do that? I mean, I think that's already a rule that you shouldn't block the street. So I'm just trying to think of what is fair to this applicant in terms of, you know, the bar that we say for what is a nuisance, because if they're only doing the same amount of nuisance as what's happening already, then I think it's, relatively speaking, it's not higher than the noise level. And I would say the same on as to the parking. Definitely, I appreciate that the neighbors and Diamond K next door, you have very limited parking. There's going to be only 7 spaces, and now you're competing for parking. However, as was pointed out in the Planning Commission, the parking is a public amenity, right? It's not a private amenity. So and we're not here, I'm not here to favor one business over the other. Public's parking, first come, first serve. And so that to me, the fact there's going to be a lot more cars, that for sure. This will be challenging for Diamond Cake. But I don't think that that's a lens that I can make a decision on. I don't say, well, it's going to hurt a business next door, so I wouldn't vote for it. No, I think that this is public parking. It's first come, first served. And that is not an issue that I weigh in terms of the amount of parking. And I do think, you know, the fact that there could be parking in the back probably doesn't really matter even if we permitted it, because there's 8 spots. You know, if you're a customer and you're going to see an empty spot there, you'll park. And if all of them are full, you're probably not going to go drive into the back lot there. So I pretty much think that this is a challenging, difficult space to have businesses, retail businesses. But if a owner wants to do that and they want to try it, then I don't think that I would find that that's up to them. That's a business decision, right? If they want to, if they can do their trash through the store, which I also find, and I think this is a questionable, like, really, or is he going to really do that? But I don't know that it's the jurisdiction of the city council to find that if they're going to do it that way, and if they can comply with all the rules, then they're going to comply. They have to comply. Otherwise there would be rules against it. But I don't know that I would feel comfortable coming to that finding that this method of doing it is impossible. I would leave it up to that's a problem for the owner to have to figure it out. That's not my problem, right? So I don't actually, in light of the commentary here, I don't have any new findings that I would say. And so I'm willing to support the staff recommendation. And I think it's very challenging business to do, and I'm not sure whether it's going to work, but I think they have the right to try that as long as they're compliant in every measure. And I think ultimately that's where the staff has tried to read the letter of the law of are they compliant? And I'm satisfied at the moment. So let me just pause there. Councilmember Enduri.
Yeah, I think Vice Mayor Kwok has pointed out what's very difficult about this. There's so many things, just trying to analyze and say, what is it we really can comment on? And, is this a business that I think is going to be successful in this area? I don't think so, but that's not for us to decide. Is this a business that if I were picking, well, the best looking business for the neighborhood or the most useful for the neighborhood, this is not the business I would pick. But again, that's not for us to decide. So looking at the things, and I'm trying to figure out what's within our purview here. And let me just ask quickly to staff, there's one statement here under analysis. The property is in the general commercial zoning district, which allows convenience market activity upon approval of a land use permit to ensure the specific use is compatible with the surrounding uses and will not cause undue negative impacts which cannot be sufficiently mitigated. Now, my question is, does that sentence add anything to what we need to find? Because that seems to be a broader statement than, you have to find that it does not, and I'll just cite the relevance, it's not detrimental to health, safety, and general welfare, and it will not create a nuisance or enforcement problem. This is broader than that. Does this come from the language of a ordinance, or what is this language?
No, I think that was staff's attempt to characterize the nature between a use that is permitted by right and one which is subject to a land use permit. And those that are subject to a land use permit may or may not be compatible with the location, pattern of development, operational characteristics, et cetera, based on noise, vibration, smells, odors, circulation, delivery, trash, et cetera. So there are considerations around those conditional uses that, depending on how they are compiled and the operational characteristics, yield in the hearing body's determination whether or not they are essentially consistent with the uses that are permitted by right. So to answer your question, does that add to what you need to find? I would say no, it does not. It's a characterization of the use permit process.
Yeah. Okay. So you look at the neighborhood, and again, what's going to be a nuisance, I think, is a relative question. Depends on what's in the neighborhood. And there will be across the street another business that most likely is going to be open till 11 o'clock, with patrons there till 11 o'clock. So you've got that. You're going to have another business, which I'm going to, well, it's probably, it even could be a mini convenience store in the Brant, the second commercial area, but there's going to be another commercial business within a residential area. So I don't see, per se, a convenience store like this being something that we would say is a nuisance. We have limited the hours to 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. So that takes away a lot of the potential nuisance value there. In terms of the traffic, just reading the traffic report, in terms of the U-turns, I'm satisfied to the extent that I can understand the traffic report that it's not going to create a traffic nuisance, even with the westbound traffic turning around to get into it. And in terms of the parking, there's, I know that almost all businesses would like to have all the parking out in front of the business, but there will be parking across the street, which is conceivable that somebody could park there and come over to businesses on the south side of the street. I can see us approving this and then coming back. If there are people who park in these parking spaces and whoever they are and are parking all day, we might come back and look at whether we could provide for a shorter parking. But I don't see parking, again, as a justification for, finding this to be a nuisance. So the only thing that seems like a nuisance to me is the bins out in front on 2 days a week, and we don't know how long they're going to be out there. But is that something that we would turn down an application because we've got garbage cans in front of a store? I mean, have we done that before? Greg, are you aware of any case where we've done that?
I don't know that the planning commission or council has considered that matter previously through any use permit process. So this is the first time we've run across the issue. So I don't think that there's a precedent one way or the other.
Okay, so where I end up, similar to Vice Mayor Kwok, is that this, again, I don't think this is the ideal business, but we're not, it's not up to us to decide what's ideal. I don't see a way to find that this is detrimental to the health, safety, and general welfare of the city. And I'm not sure it would create a nuisance or enforcement problem, but I really would like to make sure that if trucks do double park out in front, that we can come back and revoke the permit if that gets to be a problem.
Are you finished for this moment? Then we'll ask Councilmember McCormick.
No, thank you. I appreciate the comments, Councilmember, Vice Mayor Kwok and Councilmember Dury. I think I view it slightly different because I appreciate what you're saying. Like, well, we have concerns, but they just have to deal with it. I view our charter with E and A as we are trying to anticipate what's happening, right? We can't just say, well, we don't know what's going to happen, therefore we can't find it. I mean, we can anticipate and we can see what's going on. I'm not satisfied that there's mitigation. The plan seems constrained. It doesn't seem overall particularly well thought out. I'm not getting a sense of, there's a lot of assertions going on with the number of customers that are going to be walking when there's no factual assertion about that. There's no factual assertion. There's a bunch of assertions, but no facts to back them up. So there's just a lot of, it feels like, and they're trying to shoehorn a certain usage into a space just because it's next to the owner of the conglomerate, which is, I think, great. It just feels like it's not a good use. I think when I look and I anticipate, I think there will be safety and welfare issues with the city, and I do anticipate the nuisance is what it looks to me.
Is it related to garbage or is it,
I think
you have it?
garbage, I mean, the handling of the garbage, which is not just a little thing. It's just not a little thing. It's just something that we deal with every single day. And there's no precedent in the city for handling it this way up an elevator or out an unsafe driveway.
Yeah, I wonder on that point if I may ask staff, since we have two council members concerned about the garbage and the city's requirement that the garbage pass through the building, if we could revisit, if we were to approve this, if we could revisit that condition. And for instance, if you had all the garbage in the back and the applicant had a little vehicle where they put all their trash on it and they drove the vehicle up the ramp and then they unloaded that onto there, and that was safer for the pedestrians, if that would overcome the traffic engineer's concern about, a worker pulling up the steep hill, there could be other ways to mitigate rather than requiring the trash to go up the elevator and through the building, right? Is it too late to change the conditions of approval, or could we do something like that to try to, and I'm not sure this is going to satisfy the council members, but I'm just trying to think of ideas that might address the garbage passing through the store issue.
It is not too late to modify the conditions of approval or impose new ones. And I think that the applicant's engineer commented on the safety risk associated with the bins going up and down the driveway, and thus the applicant proposed to handle that by using the elevator and coming through the building. And so we memorialized the applicant's proposal as a condition. So I think that if it pleases the council, the applicant's traffic engineer can speak to the vehicular solution, using the driveway instead of personnel on foot. And it could inform a revised condition.
Is that something that the applicant's engineer could speak to now, or would we have to do it in a future hearing?
You could do it now. You could direct the engineer to speak with staff following the meeting, in the days that follow.
Okay,
Or
well,
it could come back for another hearing, but.
I would then invite, if the applicant is prepared to speak on this item,
Yeah.
about the garbage.
Sure. So what we can do, we can load up the 96-gallon bins into a truck, small truck, and the truck can pull it up. It's like a cart thing. It's not a big deal.
Yeah,
I mean, we're not sold to get the bins through the elevator, through the store. We can do it in the morning hours and get it out before the customers show up. Usually don't pull a bin through the store when customers in the store, because that's gonna violate their, their business ethics. But we can pull, currently they're pulling the bins up the driveway every service time. What we can do, we can load it in a truck, like I just said, and we pull it, put it by the curb.
Okay, is that is this your traffic engineer's opinion? Speaking?
I don't think, he has an opinion about this. This is just, a business, procedures.
Okay, I thought that the opinion of the traffic engineer was that it was a safety risk to bring the cans up the narrow alleyway, and it was your engineer
No,
that recommended against it?
do you want to come up here? It wasn't our engineer. It's basically, when we started the project, staff thought that pedestrian on this narrow alley is a problematic. So we tried to, when we developed the project, to separate between pedestrian and vehicles. Now, when we did the presentation, I showed a aerial map showing at least 2 alleys in downtown. They have the same thing. Narrow alley allow one-way drive and to the parking lot. They allow customers to go in the back parking lot, and pedestrian, go back and forth with no issues. But we're trying to go beyond and try to satisfy the process so we can get this store open. So we
Okay.
have no problem of hauling those bins on a small truck and pull them up the driveway to the curb.
Okay, so I'm a little confused because I thought the staff had said that it was the engineer from the client side from the applicant side that had recommended this. But I'm hearing that the applicant's saying that was not part of it, the recommendation.
That was my understanding, but I do know that the city engineer, in consultation with the applicant team, identified the narrowness of the road and that vehicles and pedestrians using the same space, particularly with the steepness of the driveway, is a concern and is worth mitigating or avoiding altogether. We will stipulate that there are existing alleyways in the downtown, and I believe all of those alleyways are narrow but flat. And so the speeds at which you would have conflicting vehicles meet, they don't have to contend with the steepness and potential speed and backing either up a steep slope or down a steep slope. So avoiding that conflict was the outcome, and I believe this proposal was made, and so we memorialized it. So I think the solution warrants more thought, because I'm yet not clear on how you manipulate a 96-gallon bin up into a pickup truck bed and back down safely. If it's with a lift gate, that's another story, but
I had the same concern. I don't know what that solution
Yeah.
looks or feels like yet. A little unresolved.
Right, but if we were concerned that the safety issues around a pedestrian pulling up the bin, but if there was a pedestrian in a vehicle of some sort that could be moved, then, and again, that's their problem to figure out. But if the requirement is that the bins must be moved mechanically and not by a human, then that would be the condition of approval. And if so, would that be acceptable to staff? Or do you need, can you give an opinion today, or do you need more time to study that?
I think we would want to consider it and bring it back. It seems like it may be a viable solution, but I don't think it's been fully thought out and addressed the concern. I think it's worth expanding the conversation with Republic and seeing the magnitude of the number of cans as well, just to get an understanding of how operationally this is going to function, because that is part of the use permit process, is understanding the magnitude of the impact, or how the use is going to operate.
Okay. I mean, I'm asking and exploring just because this was a major concern of at least 2, if not 2.5 council members. And I think it was a condition the city imposed on the applicant, right? And so if, I mean, to bring the trash through the building, right? But if there was a way to not bring the trash to the building safely, then perhaps that could address at least the safety concern and the health concern.
That's right. I mean, I think it was the nature of the property. If, you can't have pedestrians on the driveway, or, well, you can't use the driveway very much, and how do you deal with how you deal with the situation?
But that's still just half of the garbage problem, because the other part, as I understand it, is
On the street.
On the street.
For
Right, so I'd be very comfortable bringing this back. Getting a staff to work on a solution that we can actually sit and look at and, feel and understand, like you said, get the magnitude of the problem. Because in my head, I've got it, what the magnitude is, but we probably ought to be able to decide together,
Well, is there an option that other businesses use of making a deal with another business to put the cans on their property? And would
There's no
that
other
be
businesses
something we
that-
could?
Where we're looking at here, you have the applicant's business, and you have Diamond K. Those are the only businesses there. And then you have an apartment building. on
Well,
other
you've
side
got
of
the Mountain View complex.
Yeah, well, we can ask the apartment building, homeowner association if they would like garbage cans in front of their property. I don't know.
So I think we should bring it back. I think
Yeah.
this is, at least to me, it's a big enough problem for me, health and safety wise, to explore this and really look and poke at a real solution.
With a condition of approval.
And with a condition of
you know, that-
approval
that we can all
attached to
look
it.
at and there,
Yeah.
you know, there's a lot has changed in the last few weeks on this thing.
Mhm.
It'd be nice to kind of articulate.
Okay, I think it's helpful if we know what issue we're going after, and if it can be resolved, that we would not come up with new issues the next time, right? We're just trying to narrow in, and if things cannot be resolved, we'll vote. But
Correct.
it's not like.
That would be the intent.
Yeah.
Who knows what'll happen, but that would be the intent.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then I'll just make one comment on the nuisance factor of cans in the front of the street. They are on the private property of the property owner. And I would just say there are many businesses on Mount Diablo Boulevard, and I would just ask that the same standard be applied to all businesses, right? So I don't think it's fair to apply a different, higher standard to this one business compared to
I think
others.
that's completely clear. And so I want to really be clear when we're talking about everything I've ever talked about this year. I'm just comparing against the existing convenience stores in town. I've really never.
How about against retailers and
That's
restaurants
right.
and so
You know,
forth?
I mean, I
What-
use that as examples, but everywhere I'm thinking about the usage and how it's handled, I'm really just comparing against the other convenience stores because that's the only model we have for what works and doesn't work. I can't really speak to, you know, the quantities that's, like you have our experience in our business and how we have to deal with a smaller amount.
Right.
What a challenge that is, but the other convenience stores, they've got it's just a different model they have and it works. So we got to make sure we have something that works.
Okay. Well, let me see then. I think it looks like it's not a prudent idea to take a vote on this today because maybe there are some concerns here. So I would like to request that we continue this item to a future meeting where the instruction of staff would be to explore in more detail the garbage condition. Let's see, the one that requires the bringing it through the building. Let's relook at that. Let's see if there can be another safe way that can be managed with the applicant's assistance and Republic Services. And if there can be a way that all the parties are satisfied, then, and we've heard the concerns of the council members, then let's bring it back the next time.
And is the next time the recommendation is to bring it back on August 12, which would mean I think that that is a aggressive timeline, and I don't know that we would have adequate time to address the matter that's been raised.
Okay, well, I think we would like you to, the applicants and yourself and Republic Services to have enough time to thoroughly look into this issue. So do you need us to set a date certain today or?
We would ask that, yes.
Okay.
There is only one meeting in August and it's
Correct.
the
So
12th.
September
9 would be the next one.
Okay, so we will.
Well, just to make sure
Councilmember Nduri?
I'm not misunderstanding your point on the garbage. If the condition were changed to require that they bring it through the store outside of business hours, would that satisfy you?
I still struggle with that because, I mean, I just know what industrial garbage cans end up looking like after time. And I don't see a clean sanitary thing. I mean, they have to go in and sanitize their floors every time before hours with that many cans over that much time. So I used to work in a grocery store, so a little, triggered on the whole garbage thing in a grocery store. And it just, over time, it's just really hard to maintain.
Okay, so we'll continue this item. Mala?
Vice Mayor Kwok, if we could get a motion and vote on continuing the hearing till the September 9th council meeting?
All right, anybody make a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Council McCormick, all right. All those in favor?
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's 4-0-1. We'll continue this item till September 9th. Thank you. I didn't think we were going to do so much trash talking tonight, but there we are. All right. I had to get some levity in here at 11 p.m. Sorry. Do we need to extend the meeting at 11 o'clock? All right. Let me see what.
Well, I'll move we extend till 11:30.
All right. Councilmember Nduri moves that we extend the meeting till 11:30.
Second.
Second from Kendall. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Let's extend the meeting 11:30. We are now on item, and thank you for all the members of the public who are here and who participated in this matter today. All right, we're on item 13, and we're talking about items removed from the consent calendar. We removed item 9B from the consent calendar, so that's established the rate of a tax levy to provide for payment of principal and interest on our Series 2011 general obligation refunding bonds.
I do have one speaker slip on this item, Libby Henry.
Okay, so let's call Libby Henry to the podium.
Hi again, and I sure wish you hadn't tabled this. But I had no intention of sitting through all of.
All right,
trash
well,
talk.
this is on item 9B, agenda item 9B.
Yeah. So my main difficulty with this is again related to a transparency. I'm one of, well, a few hundred people in Lafayette that I keep track of what's going on in Lafayette. And I would wager to say that 90% of the people in Lafayette don't know anything about this property tax thing. I was here in 1995 when it was voted on, but I would also say that there are a lot of people that have been here, have moved here since then. And it just appears like there should be, this should be put to a vote when you're dealing with, raising people's property taxes. And, if it were part of the bond measure that was voted on back in 1995, I'm not sure, I wasn't clear that, this would be coming up 29 years later. Oh, we're going to add, this much money to your property taxes because of inflation or whatever the circumstances are. My point being that, more transparency, more communication with the public before a decision is made to just, level a tax on us. There's something very not right when you're talking about taking more money from us. It just doesn't seem right. Protocol or whatever, that we are being asked to, pay more money in our property taxes. And, this is outside of what the state is going to do with us, what the Bay Area Housing Authority, Finance Authority is going to, if you don't know about the $20 billion bond fund that they're going to ask us to vote on. After going, we spent $24 billion on the homeless, only we can't account for 1 penny of it. And that's kind of going back to my issue about transparency and accountability. Okay, so you have a justification for all these expenses or things not in the budget, but we didn't know about it.
All right, thank you very much. Any questions from council members? Councilmember Nduri.
Well, I just have a question for Tracy, but yeah, I guess we didn't disclose. This actually is lowering your taxes. And I'll turn it over to Tracy.
Lowering my taxes?
Yeah.
Yes, so
That's not
this bond measure
the way
was
I read it.
passed in 1995. We sold bonds in 1995. They were 30-year bonds. These bonds are basically similar to a mortgage in that they're paid off over time, over a 30-year period. In 1995, the voters voted this bond measure in. At the time, they agreed that they would pay a maximum of $21 per $100,000 of assessed value to pay off the bonds over 30 years. So this tax has actually been on people's property tax bills for the last 29 years. Every year, the amount of that tax decreases because it is based on the assessed values of all of the properties in Lafayette. So over time, the assessed values of all of the properties in Lafayette have grown. And because the bond payments basically remain level, the amount that everybody has to pay every year has actually decreased. So it has decreased from roughly $21 per 100,000 in 1995 to $4 per $100,000 today. So just to reiterate, this is a tax that has been on Lafayette property owners' tax bills for 29 years. It is not new, and it has actually decreased over time.
Thank you for
May
the
I ask a
explanation.
question?
Okay, I think we've taken public comment on this, so maybe afterwards, after we adjourn, feel free to work with staff to ask your question.
Yeah, because where was the 658,000?
All right.
Or
Yeah.
whatever?
Please talk to staff after we adjourn. So thank you for the explanation. Do I have a motion to approve item 9B?
So moved.
Second, do I have a second?
Second.
Anduri, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, and I'm an aye, so it passes 401. Let's move to item number 14. That's council and commission reports. Council members report on activities and consideration of matters a council member wishes to initiate for placement on a future agenda. Councilmember Kendall.
Yes, I want to follow up on the public comments that were made earlier today about the whole Swimply. And I did ask staff about this, earlier, what is this? And the response was, it's a code enforcement in terms of our noise ordinance. And, as this has gone on, it seems like there may be other avenues that we can consider. And I guess I'll take it staff's direction, and if council agrees, is this something that maybe just staff goes and reviews and then comes back to us? Or, what will be the right way to look into this?
Staff has begun discussing it internally, and I had a conversation with the city attorney today. It could fall in one of few categories in the code, but nothing, the code isn't clear on this use because this use wasn't anticipated when the code was created. So we can come back to the council with a report. I think we would need about a month to do that. And I can bring something back for your consideration. Now, if it requires a code change, that will take longer, but we will come back to you.
That seems fine with me. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I strongly support anything that will not make this possible. I can just tell you, well, I'm in the Release Valley area. The nature of the hills there are that sound in anyone's property carries to other properties. And I can assure you, if even the grandchildren are visiting the neighbors, you hear it. And when the neighbors have a big party, you hear it. And if somebody's got 50 or 60 people, you really are going to hear it. This is just something we need to do something about.
Yeah, no, I was very, very sympathetic with the neighbors with the speaking, so I would love to get staff's.
Okay, sounds like you have wide agreement, Councilmember Candell. Thank you for bringing that up, for putting this on a future agenda. Any other reports, comments?
Yeah, I'll
Councilmember
just
Enders.
say anecdotally, with respect to the gas-powered leaf blower ban again. You know, it's only been a few weeks, but unless people in the area have terminated their landscaping services, it's just much quieter now. It's just amazingly different in my neighborhood.
Thank you for sharing. I would agree. I saw my next door neighbor using an electric one, and my own gardener was using an electric one. So I'm glad the word is out, and definitely it's quieter. So that's great. A quieter Lafayette. That's what we're hoping for. All right. If there are no more council member comments, I will open it to public comments on this item. Are there any public comments on item 14A?
If anyone in the virtual audience wants to comment, please raise your hand. I see no comments and I have none from anybody in the room.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to item 15A, written communications. We have an email from Carl DeGiorgio resigning from the Transportation and Circulation Commission. Are there comments, questions?
I just want to thank Carl for his dedication and all the effort that he's put into that commission over the years. He's been really, really helpful on that commission and, you know, being its chair for so long. And thank you, Carl. I know that he's been wavering for a while, and I think he stayed longer than he thought he would. And for that, we're sincerely thankful.
Councilmember
No,
McCormick.
I think this is definitely in the accept with regrets category for sure, because we all appreciate his hard work.
Exemplary service. Yes, I mean, really, when we think of Lafayette as a volunteer community where people are really spending a lot of time working very hard for us, I think Carl DeGiorgio, really a shining example. We very much appreciate your service. We'll give you a break for a while, and we look forward to when you're coming back, either on the same or different. But we accept your resignation with regret and appreciate it. So are there any public comments on item 15A?
I see no hands raised and I have no speaker slips.
All right, very good. Then we're up to adjournment. So,
Before we get there, I just have a question. I did miss a meeting. I know that Farshad Farzan has left the planning commission. Did we thank him? I'm raising this as a liaison to the
No,
planning
It has
commission.
not been
And
mentioned.
again, there's someone who stepped in when we needed someone and served for
Mhm.
6 years. Again, exemplary service. Can we put that on the agenda for next time so we can say something?
Happy to. We'll confirm with the city clerk that hasn't already happened, but I thanked him
looked on the
personally, but I.
website today and didn't
Yep.
see his name on
Yeah, I'm
there.
pretty sure it had. That's good. That's a good catch.
all right,
Yes.
very good. Well, with that, we're adjourned.